No, but that is not making a difference. See, because it's the same input phase. See, all I'm doing is a splitter. So I think you have to check it. So how is it producing? Yeah, but those speakers, this is speaker on that side.
Hello? Hello? Is it working? No, na?
It's working on the live stream.
Okay. Sound is not coming.
Yeah, we will keep it up.
Don't do it. You can turn it off because sound is not fixed yet.
Sorry?
You can turn off now because sound is not coming yet. that one you ask. It is there inside my drawer, one extension cord. Can anyone?
It will come up to this, no, that will
Can you use my laptop? Now it will be difficult.
no, now it will be difficult. It's okay. Battery will be there for about an hour.
Oh, then by that time we will arrange it. By that time we will arrange.
See, this thing also is gone. Why is it not working?
No?
Here.
Hello? Hello? Oh, that one. Normal, that's mic is not there. That you bring. That then both they can catch, right?
Those who are sitting just behind this pillar,
That's why this holding man is.
because they won't be able to. This is a bad design.
Okay.
Either right side. Okay, they are able to see it. Can I see? Yes, now. Okay.
I should repeat. Good morning to respected teachers, dear students, respected RMOCs, Mr. Rajkumar Dam sir, Mr. Kiran Kumar, our esteemed speakers and invitees. I am Dr. Tanaya Kundu. On behalf of FSID, a warm welcome to all of you to today's program, Young Minds, Green Actions. This is dedicated to inspiring students to take meaningful steps towards a sustainable future. In a world facing environmental challenges, it becomes our responsibility to take a mindful steps and act wisely. This program aims to create awareness about waste management and encouraging greener habits in our daily lives. Thank you, and let us begin with an inspiring talk on Young Minds Green Action by Dr. Amitava Pramanik, who is presently heading the seed division of FSID. He has previously served as Director of Strategic Research Group of Hindustan Unilever Limited. He always has inspiring stories to share. That's why his session will be really informative and engaging as well as motivating. Hope you will enjoy that. So I request Dr. Amitava to take the stage.
Is it on now? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible at the back? Can you hear me? Clean? Okay. So, thanks Tanaya for the introduction. We're already late, so let us not go into pleasantries here. Let us start the proceedings for the day. I don't know who selected this topic, young minds, green actions. It's a very apt thing, but my way of speaking is largely interactive. So in between I will ask you something. If something sounds like a question, it indeed is a question, and I am asking for an answer. Okay, so please don't keep silent. Whatever you can answer, please answer. So if I ask you, what do you mean by a young mind? Which mind is young? Yes. Mind? Mic is not? Like this. Okay. Oh, I know. So that's why I was asking them, do I need two mics?
I think collar mic will be fine.
The two collar mics, I have only one collar, but two. Huh?
You take.
Yes. It's okay?
No,
It's not. See, I have two mics, you have none. Hello?
You? No. Check once more this red button here. Come.
Hello? Now is it better? Yeah, so you have to repeat your answer. I'm sorry. Excellent. Somebody raised hand here also. Who is that person? You. You want to say something? So what is young mind?
If we want to create something
Hmm.
and do something for the society,
Hmm.
growing trees
Hmm.
or help in waste management,
Hmm.
those are called young minds.
They are young minds. Okay. So is your mind young?
Yeah, like I think like the creative minds of children is like young minds.
Okay. Creative mind of children are young minds. So I can see somebody who is sitting here, doesn't look very young though. Is his mind young? What do you think? I'm talking about Dr. Dham. You know him? You have seen him, right? Is his mind young? Why? Because he can create new thing. Yeah. It's not age.
It's not limit. It is just a number.
Hmm.
Young mind is like a mind that can like always have fresh new ideas.
Fresh new ideas. Yes. Yes. Yes.
So I think that's what young minds are.
Excellent. So that is precisely the thing that I was looking for. Yeah, you may have something more to add, but let us stop at that, because I have to stop. I have been given how much time? 45 minutes. So you please be the timekeeper for this. Yeah. So young mind we understand, but what is green action then? Yeah. What is green action? You cannot stand sitting there, then you have to lift this. Yeah, you sit there, don't worry. It's okay, sit there. So what is green action?
So actions that cause less pollution and are good for the environment. Basically, green meaning that more eco-friendly things
Yeah.
creating less pollution,
Hmm.
using other better ways to avoid pollution and avoid wastage. I think
Avoid
that's
wastage. Yeah. You want to add something?
supporting the nature and doing good things for the environment.
Okay. And you also wanted to say something. Right? Somebody from that side?
Using better alternatives for eco-friendly.
Yeah. Okay. Now, this kind of sessions we have been organizing, for some time now. In last, about a year or so, I myself was involved in at least 3 such, things. So today we are, going through this, but just about, so it was June last year. We organized a small session, half a day session. No, not a half a day. This was full day session. My subject is chemistry. So we conducted, one full day session with about, with some school children here in Bangalore. We called it chemistry, where the spelling is slightly interesting in the sense that we used Y instead of I. Okay, and an additional E. Because these days people always worry about career and things like that, particularly not the 6th and 7th standard probably, but those who are into 10th and 11th and 12th, what they should do next. The students worry about it a lot. Their parents worry even more what they should do. And because I studied chemistry, I thought, okay, let me talk a little bit about what you can do if you study chemistry. So with that in mind, we told them some stories about chemists and some stories of chemistry and what career means and what one can do with that. So we have a small auditorium in our own office building. There we can house about 30 students. So we wanted 30 students to attend, but at that time we of course didn't know Dham sir and Kiran sir. So we did it ourselves. We sent some letter to some of the schools, the principals of the school, and asked them to nominate 2 or 3 students. We decided a date which is 4th of June, but 1st of June still there was no response from any of the schools. So I thought maybe it's a boring subject and nobody would respond. But 2nd of June, I think 1st of the June the school started. 2nd of June we got lot. So we had to again shuffle through the applications, and we decided that we will take only 30 of them. So we informed the schools that you please, these are the 15 schools, you nominate 2 students from these schools, and so we selected 30. We also put, because we are not getting any response from the schools, we put it in our LinkedIn website also, that we are planning to organize such a session. If you want, you can come, but please register there. On the day, 42 students landed up, the 12 more than this 30. Some students came from Mumbai, some students came from North Karnataka, some students came from Udupi. So we were surprised, and they said we looked at that LinkedIn advertisement and we we got plane tickets, we have come. And on the gate, they had problems because they are not allowed to enter. So they called me and I said, since they have come from so far away, how can we let them go? So anyway, that was a good session we organized, and here these are the things. Then of course we met the ATL Sarthi cluster group, and I think this title, Moonshot Thinking, was given by Kiranji. He said, why don't you talk something which is a little different and give them some challenges. So I said, fine, let me think about something. So we talked about, again, a story which was built on the lunar society. Has anybody heard about the lunar society? Do you know what lunar means? Yeah? Lunar is the adjective of moon, right? Anything related to moon, we call it lunar. Lunar eclipse, eclipse of the moon, right? So there was a society. Society means a body of people who formed a group called the Lunar Society. Not in Karnataka, not in India, but in UK, United Kingdom, England, yeah? It's a place called Birmingham. So there, they created a society called the Lunar Society. Why is it called the Lunar Society? Because the members of the society, they used to meet on full moon nights. Okay, the story is of 18th century, end of 18th century, the second half of 18th century. And if I ask you why they used to meet for dinner on the full moon nights, what is your answer? What can you think of? Yes. Nice answer, but that is not the correct answer. Anybody else want to try? Yeah?
Maybe they had like some sort of beliefs that like the full moon like is like lucky or something.
No, that is good try, but not the right answer.
You want the moonlight?
Because of why do you need moonlight?
Like basically they just want to see go in the moonlight because back then there was no electricity. So
Yeah. They used to meet on full moon night so that they can go home safely. Yeah? Because there was no street light. Forget electricity. There was nothing called a street light. They used to come from some villages, some towns, some areas of Birmingham, even outside Birmingham. But they have, after dinner, they have to go back home. And if somebody comes from 20, 30 kilometers away, the only mode of transport was horse-drawn cart, and they have to go back home. How will they see? Because it was dark, otherwise. So the moonlight used to show them the path so that they can go home. But those are the guys who developed something because of which we are we are today what we are. Like you are wearing these beautiful dresses, right? And coming to schools, in the morning you go to the bathroom, brush your teeth. There was no toothbrush at that time, right? You drink your tea. In India, nobody used to drink tea at that time, right? And then, all the practices that you may have today, like you take a shower using soap. Not many people could afford, things like soap in those days. Many of the things were actually discovered later. In fact, even this hall and this fan and this, presentation, these kind of things were not there. It is thanks to these members of the Lunar Society, which led to what is called the British Industrial Revolution, because of which the society changed and we are today what we are. Right? Have you heard about this Industrial Revolution?
yes.
You have heard?
Yes.
What did it do?
Basically, back then it was not industrialized. People used to be like in farms, marketplaces.
Yeah.
And there was no things like metals and all. It was everything was like the king would say something, you would do that, or it would be like no industrial this thing. But then when the industrial revolution came, you got steel in mass production. You got many things in mass production. Many people had more jobs in factories and stuff like that.
So, what does an industry mean? Industry gave us something called factory. Yeah? So, what is a factory? Yes, what is a factory? Yeah, but suppose, you think of a weaver who weaves clothes. Weaving has been happening for a long time. And in fact, that loom in which the weaving takes place is also a machine, right? But there is a difference between clothes that you can weave in a loom versus, you weave in a factory. What is the basic difference?
Sir, the difference is the technology and machinery is used in it. Because when we compare the quality between it, we see that factory-woven cloth is more superior in quality and also in the finishing of the product. So machinery is very much important for industrial development.
Okay, anything you want to add?
In a factory, it's mass produced. That's the main difference. But like suppose a weaver, it's produced by the people. I feel like that's the main difference.
Okay, yeah.
I think that in a factory it's produced more faster, more efficiently, because a hand weaver can only do it, it'll take a long time because there's only one person. But in a factory it's going to be faster because there are more people, more machines to help you and things like that.
Yeah, okay, yes, it's faster, yeah, definitely. Anything, any other thing that, yeah?
It makes faster and more.
Faster and more, yes.
Production is
Yeah.
more.
Anything you want to add? Mm-hmm.
Man-made will be perfect. The man-made will be not perfect because the humans cannot make perfect clothes and they cannot do anything perfectly. And the machine-made will be perfect.
Perfect. Well, that's not entirely correct though, but yeah, I take your point. But one thing that, yes. Factory made things are cheaper. Okay, yeah. Yes.
It might be hard to make the clothes when it's woven by hand, but it may be easy in factories where
Okay, factory is easy, handmade is difficult. Anything?
So like in factories, the clothes are like mass produced, but like handmade, it can like the person can only make it till like that person's own capacity. But in factories, there are like thousands of people working continuously. So like the factories in general have more capacity.
More capacity, yes. But one thing that you have missed is that factory produced things are all the same. If you can make exact replica of anything in a factory, man-made things are not generally exactly the same. If you look at a factory of say soap, it produces maybe 100 soaps per minute. Each soap is exactly the same as the other. If you try to do it at home, soaps can be made at home, but it will be very difficult to make exactly the same as the other one. Like there will be a little variation. You make, weaving also, you make two saris. These two will be slightly different from each other, whereas if you make in the factory, they will be exactly the same. You are wearing these uniforms, these clothes, these are factory made, you can see exactly the same, right? And that is one of the hallmark of factory production. It makes exactly the same. So sometimes we keep wondering whether the factory is the right thing to do often. Our education, for example, each person is not the same, but our syllabus is exactly the same. So we say when everybody follows the same thing, it's like industrial production of students or something like that. Anyway, so lunar society gave rise to industrial revolution. I should be at the middle. Okay, yeah. So this was the session on the lunar society. This happened exactly on this on this hall. Of course, on that day, this particular screen was not working. So we are moving in the right direction by making two screen working compared to one. That is the only difference. Now today, I think Tanaya has given this title, Young Minds, Green Actions. And that's because in the last session that I organized, I gave a challenge to the students. So those who participated in the last session, what I mentioned to them is that lunar society, which largely comprised of 12 to 14 members. They were the regular members. There are many outside members also. But consider 12 people. They changed the whole world. So my submission to the students, those who are, came here, about 70 people, 70 students participated. I said, if they could achieve so much in their lives, and as you can understand, this was end of 18th century. End of 18th century, in Karnataka, that time we had this Anglo-Mysore wars happening. Tipu Sultan versus the British, right? That was the thing. There are 4 such wars that happened. And so, therefore, the science was not as well developed as it is today. But they could achieve. There was one person called James Watt. You must have heard, some of you must have heard of his name. James Watt was the person behind steam engine, right? The modern version of steam engine. Steam engine was not discovered by him. It's wrongly written in many textbooks. But anyway, whatever, he did wonderful addition to the knowledge on steam engine. But if he could achieve, he was not a good student. In fact, he was thrown out of his school for not performing well and stuff like that. But he discovered the new form of steam engine. He could achieve something. Why can't you? You have studied some science, some physics, some chemistry, some biology, some mathematics. Why don't you try to do something? If those 12 people can change the world, why not the 70 of you can change Bangalore? I'm saying, forget about steam engine, forget about those things. You try to make Bangalore more beautiful, right? It's a simple job. Bangalore, I am not from Bangalore. I originally come from West Bengal, okay? I have been working here for 22 years. I see Bangalore not very beautiful. I am told at one point of time it was very beautiful. It was tree covered. It was, the weather was very, very mild. And in the 90s, I used to come to Bangalore. I don't remember in the guest houses where I was put up, they didn't have even fans. And now, look at this April, without AC, you cannot survive in Bangalore, right? It has changed that much. So is it possible to make Bangalore beautiful? Now, I am not saying that you have to change Bangalore make it beautiful overnight. You start with a small action. All of you are studying in school. There are 5 schools representing today. You make at least your school beautiful. This is easily possible. Your school may be already beautiful, but make it even more beautiful. Yeah? So you have young minds. You know what young minds mean. There are many of you who answered this question very well. You know what is green action. You know how to act in a green way. Why don't you try something to make your school more beautiful? Some of you may ask, making things beautiful, we are small kids. Is it possible for us to make things, make a change of that nature? I will give you some example today. All I can tell you is stories only. I don't know much of science, physics, maths, chemistry, etc. I tell stories. If you think those stories are of any use, go and do something about it. So this is the task. Today we are going to tell you 2 stories, and the stories, this title I have given is Penicillin Girls and Folic Acid Boys. You may think that this name has been chosen by me. No. There are, if you do Google search, you will find these terms, Penicillin Girls and Folic Acid Boys. Have you heard of penicillin? Does any of you know what is penicillin? You know? Tell me.
It's a medicine which saved billions of lives.
And how does it save billions of lives? You don't know. Anybody who knows? Yes? Sorry? It is used to make medicines. It is a medicine. Yeah? So it is not required to make anything different. It is a medicine. But how does it save billions of lives? Yes? Yeah. Well, it is an antibacterial, you are right. Antibacterials, there is another term for that. What is that? It's called antibiotic. It is the first known modern antibiotic. Yeah? Penicillin. Penicillin was discovered by, yes. See, he knows even that also. Yes, Alexander Fleming. Alexander Fleming was a Scot physician. Yeah? He discovered penicillin. He discovered penicillin from a fungus. You know what a fungus is? What is it? Which grows on? Like mushrooms, yes. So it is a form of a plant or a form of an animal? Okay. Anyway, so penicillin is grown on, penicillin is extracted from a fungus called Penicillium notatum. Yeah? Penicillium notatum is the name of the fungus from which Sir Alexander Fleming extracted this drug called, or the antibiotic called penicillin. Then what is this penicillin, girls? I'll tell you the story. And then, have you heard of folic acid? Folic acid is again a medicine. Yeah? But more than a medicine, it is also called a vitamin. Vitamin B9. You know, there are 12 vitamin Bs, B1 to B12. B9 is called, there is another word called benign, B-E-G-I-G-N, B-E-N-I-G-N. That is not what it is. B9, B for Bombay. Yeah? So B1, B2 like B9, that is called folic acid. Folic acid is useful for several purposes. I have a slide for that, so let me show you that. Yeah? So this is, the left side is penicillin. Oh, this does not, this green light does not fall on the screen. It is not visible. Anyway, the left side photo or the structure, those of you who are studying chemistry in 11th or 12th standard will probably understand. Is there anybody who is 11th standard science here? Only you, okay. So the left side is penicillin, the right side is folic acid. So what does penicillin, what is it? It is called a beta-lactam antibiotic. You will not understand what a beta-lactam means. Beta-lactam is, actually it is a cyclic amide, but let us forget about this for the time being. So anyway, it is an antibiotic. It kills bacteria. It kills large numbers of bacteria. There are good bacteria and there are bad bacteria. Have you heard about good bacteria and bad bacteria? So like suppose, do you know that, you have lot of bacteria on you? Where is the bacteria? On our body means where? In your heart there is bacteria? No. Then where? On your skin. Yes? On the eyes, not inside. Then? And the entire digestive system. Whatever you are eating, to whatever is going out. That is the colony for bacteria. Large number. In fact, we are able to digest food largely because there is bacteria inside the gut. You know what is gut? Intestines. Inside the intestines also there are huge numbers of bacteria. Small intestine, large intestine, everywhere. Yeah? So, but then, these are largely good bacteria. They help us digest food. They help us metabolize things. Right? But some of the bacteria are not that friendly. And if that bacteria goes inside our body, what happens? We get sick. Why do we get sick? Because what do the bacteria do? Yes? Yeah, there are some bacteria who harms the immunity system, but not all of them. Yeah, there are.
Not all of the symptoms of the sickness are caused by bacteria. Many of them are our immune systems attempt to protect our body and kill the bacteria. When we get a fever, it's our body raising the temperature to kill the bacteria. Or coughing and sneezing is
No, I'm saying, what does the bacteria do?
the bacteria it tries to take our body's resources for its own growth, and so
So own growth means what? A bacteria is typically very small, so small that we don't see through our eyes, right? And then own growth means, does it become bigger size bacteria? They multiply, and they multiply very fast. And soon inside the body there will be a lot of bacteria, and the lot of bacteria means there will be more bacteria than you very soon, right? And that is exactly what happened during the discovery of penicillin. And that is the story which is what I am going to tell you. I will probably not have enough time to discuss folic acid, but let me confine myself to the discussion only on the penicillin part. Folic acid maybe some other day. So this is Sir Alexander Fleming. On the left hand side, this is Fleming is working in his laboratory. So the story goes like this. He went. So he was studying Penicillium notatum as he was studying bacterial growth in his laboratory. And then, for bacterial growth studies, you need to make something called a culture, right? In small plates, you put some food and you put bacterial strain there and leave it for some time. The bacteria will grow, and then you study them under the microscope or whatever have you, right? So he did it on a weekend and left the laboratory, went home, and came after a few days, because there are holidays or vacations and things like that. He didn't realize that one of the windows of the laboratory was open, and maybe something entered through that, because normally the laboratories in which the bacterial culture etc. is studied, they are covered from all sides so that nothing else can come inside. Otherwise this study will not be perfect. Here in IISc also we have several such laboratories, and they are well protected. Otherwise there will be two problems. One is things may come from outside to cause problem for the studies. Also the bacteria may also spill over to other places, and if they are not good bacteria, if they are harmful bacteria, that can cause problem. You must have heard about this COVID virus. Virus is not bacteria, they are different things. But there was report in the newspaper that might have come out from some laboratory by mistake or by accident. Yeah, and this is the same Sir Alexander Fleming who is receiving the Nobel Prize from the King of Sweden. Yeah, so this is so he was one of the recipients of the Nobel Prize in the year 1945. So 1928 is when he discovered penicillin. The next year, 1929, is when he published this. So that is the time when people came to know about penicillin. And he got the Nobel Prize in 1945. But now you can think that then. So, so you may think that this penicillin, then if he discovered in 1928 and it was in 1945, why did it take 17 years? Did anything happen during this time?
Yes. World War II.
World War II happened. So World War II, of course, what is the time when it happened?
1939. 1939 to 1945.
So you know all of this. You don't need me, right? You can tell stories about World War I and one.
1917 to 1920. 1914 to 1918.
So these things are very well known to you, right? Yeah. So Sir Alexander Fleming did discover penicillin. He realized that with this penicillin, there may be better things possible. However, to extract good amount of penicillin from that fungus, it was very, very difficult. Yeah, you need some quantity of penicillin to treat a person, right? So when you buy medicine, the medicine has a shape, right? Either it's a tablet or a capsule. You call it 25 mg. Mg is milligram, or 500 mg. Like when you have fever, you take paracetamol. There is paracetamol either 500 milligram or 650 milligram and things like that. So you need at least that quantity of that, right? So penicillin, even if you need a few milligrams, you have to make few milligrams. Few milligram may sound very small, but it was very difficult to extract few milligrams of penicillin from that fungus, Penicillium notatum. And Sir Alexander Fleming, even with his best effort, he could not either purify or extract few milligrams of penicillin from Penicillium notatum. So his discovery was good, it was useful, but only for the researchers, right? So after Sir Alexander Fleming discovered this, largely penicillin was being used for different purposes by the researchers. What was the purpose? The purpose is, put it in a colony of bacteria. You know what is a colony of bacteria? A colony of bacteria means there are many types of bacteria. When I say bacteria, there are many types, like Escherichia coli is the name of one bacteria. There is bacteria called Streptococcus. There is bacteria called Staphylococcus. There are different types of bacteria. So if you have a mixture of different kinds of bacteria, you put penicillin there. Penicillin will be able to kill some bacteria. Penicillin will not be able to kill some bacteria. So you separate those which can be killed by penicillin versus those which cannot be killed by. I'll call you back after half an hour. Oops. I have not received anything. No, I am in a meeting now. I am in this thing. Can you do it in half an hour? So, anyway, frequent calls, I just get. Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin. Nobel Prize 1945 was shared by 3 scientists. Alexander Fleming himself, there are 2 others, Howard Florey and Boris Chain, Ernst Boris Chain. So where from did these 2 other gentlemen came? Does anybody know? It is because it is thanks to their effort that penicillin came to the market as a medicine, as a drug, as an antibiotic. Because as I said, Alexander Fleming could not purify penicillin. Alexander Fleming could not extract penicillin in milligram scales even. It was very, very difficult and he didn't succeed. But there is one more person whose name does not appear in the list of Nobel Prize, but he did, bulk of the work for Florey. Florey is the person in the middle, Sir Howard Florey. In fact, Boris Chain and Florey together, they formed a team. This team worked in the University of Oxford. Have you heard University of Oxford?
Yes, sir.
Oxford University is one of the very old universities in England. In fact, the year Nalanda was burnt, very close to that time, Oxford was built in England. This is almost around the time of 1200 AD. Yeah, 1200 AD is when Oxford University was built. But Oxford University does not mean a single building. There are different buildings, all of which are under Oxford University. Just like, there are many colleges under, say, Bangalore University. Similarly, this is called the Doon School. Anyway, so I have to be fast. So this is the person, Dr. Norman Hitley. Dr. Norman Hitley is one of the person without which penicillin would not have been possible. Yeah, I told you how important penicillin is. Penicillin can kill harmful bacteria, right? But and Alexander Fleming already discovered how it can be done, but he was unable to extract in good quantities. Norman Hitley, so what did he do? He did 3-4 things. One is he found out a method to measure penicillin very accurately. Okay, so suppose you have a broth. A broth means what? It's a mixture of certain thing in water. Okay, so you have Penicillium notatum, which is the fungus. You make a broth of that, which means you take it in water and make a slurry, like a paste. It's like taking a little bit of flour and put it in water and make a slurry. Similar thing. Okay, and in that, how much penicillin is there? He developed a method for accurate analysis of that. This is very important in chemistry, without which no discovery can take place. Unless you know how much quantity of certain thing is there in a container, you cannot do anything. So that is what he did. He also, because he also did a few other things, but I'll come back to that a little later. So this is the place in which that experiment took place. This is called Sir William Doon School of Pathology. This is under University of Oxford, where all these things were done by the group of Sir Howard Florey and Ernst Boris Chain. They are the two professors, two scientists, who actually took up this job. Why did they take up this job? This is 10 years after Sir Alexander Fleming discovered it. I said Alexander Fleming discovered it in 1928, and they started working on this in 1938. Okay, by that time Alexander Fleming almost gave up. He thought that this is not going to be possible. He gave up, but those two people, they took it up because they thought this will be useful. Why this is going to be useful? Why did they think that this is something useful? That's because already World War II started. And what happens in a World War situation? Every day there is battle, there is bombing, there are people who die, there are people who get wounded. Those who die, they are gone. Those who are wounded, they are brought to hospitals, they have to be treated, right? Now, if you are wounded by a bomb, it is almost certain that there will be something, unless you have proper medication, there will be sepsis in that area. Bacteria will attack there because you have wound there, right? Any kind of wound is a harboring ground for bacteria. Bacteria love your body fluid. They, you give them blood, they will flourish like anything. So that's why we put antibiotic the moment we have some cuts, right? So, but those days, as I said, penicillin was not yet discovered. There are many cuts in the battlefield. People were brought to the hospitals and they were treated by whatever was known at that time. There was a class of drug called sulfur drug. The sulfur drug was given to them. Sulfur drug was a very, I would say, ineffective form of antibiotic. They also kill some bacteria, but they don't kill all types of bacteria. They certainly don't kill bacteria like Streptococcus and Staphylococcus, the two major, very harmful classes of bacteria for human beings. Yeah. So these kind of people were brought to hospitals, but they were given the sulfur drugs. Some of them survived, some of them didn't. Those who died, again, they became like this, dead in war kind of, situation. One such person was called Albert Alexander. He was a police constable he did not participate in World War II. Okay. There are two stories around him. Apparently, he had a rose garden in his home, and he used to tend to those, plants. But and while doing so, he got some bruises because of thorn of roses. That is one of the stories. The other story is apparently he was hit by some bomb from a distance, and there are some wound on his face. So he was admitted to a hospital. Very soon bacteria attacked him, and he was treated with those sulfur drugs. But the situation did not improve. So he was there lying on hospital bed. One of the eyes, they were so very badly, wounded by the bacteria itself that this eye had to be removed. The moment you remove one eye, the pressure on the other eye goes up. So you cannot then see well. So the other eye also is closed with bandage. So you can't see anything. But forget seeing. The number of bacteria became so high that he had very high fever. He had fever of 105. So he became senseless, and he was waiting for his death. There was no drug available at that time with which he could be treated. The doctors also gave up. In that particular hospital, I showed you 3 pictures. The middle of them was that of Howard Florey. Howard Florey's wife used to work in that hospital. She told her husband, Howard, that I have a patient like this. Can something be done? Do you know of anything which can treat this patient? Howard Florey at that time, using the help of Norman Hitley, whose picture I showed, was extracting penicillin from Penicillium notatum. By that time, already this guy, Hitley, discovered 2 things. One is he could accurately measure how much penicillin is there inside the broth, and also using a method called phase transfer. Phase transfer means you take from which one type of solvent to another type of solvent. So water and alcohol, he can transfer this penicillin from one to the other by simply changing something called pH. Have you heard pH?
Yes.
pH is the acidity or alkalinity of a substance. So penicillin structure is such that if you change the pH, then something which is otherwise not soluble in water can be soluble in water. So that is what it is. And so you take it in alcohol and then you transfer it to water by changing pH. This is called phase transfer. Phase means 2 different liquids. So from one phase to the other phase it can go, right? So from, not alcohol, water and oil. So in these 2 phases it can go. So these are the 2 things that he has discussed. So that means he could prepare a very small quantity of penicillin, okay, which Alexander Fleming could not do. And then he started preparing large quantities. But large quantities would require huge amount of this Penicillium notatum fungus. Where will he get all these things? Howard Florey said, nothing doing, Norman. This person I have got, we have to treat him. Okay. Now, so to treat that person, of course, before putting anything on human beings, you need to assure that this works on animal systems. So he had to work on mice. These guinea pigs people do, I have been made the guinea pig. Means what? Scientists used to work on guinea pig first and then to human beings. Similarly, scientists used to work on mice first, and then if it works, then only you go to, because mice is a mammal just like human beings. You have to treat the mammals first and then you go to the human beings. So Norman Hitley did some studies with mice. The study was actually during the World War time. So he took 8 mice, all of which was injected with a very deadly bacteria, Staphylococcus. Staphylococcus, some 11 crore bacteria was put in each of these mice. They were so deadly that in a day they would all die. So he put it during lunch time, midday, and by evening, all of them were looking like they are going to die soon. So of two of them, he put some penicillin. Whatever he had, very small quantity, half of it he injected to two of the mice, and he started observing this thing. So with another few hours, four of the mice were dead. The four were still alive, out of which two got this penicillin, and two, they are also almost like dead. So he injected two to those balance mice also. So two he put around 6 in the evening, and another two he put at 10 in the at night, and he was observing. He observed till about 2 o'clock at midnight, because Howard Florey was very strict. He would not be happy if he does not. But then Norman Hitley thought, the mice, they are still alive. Let me go and catch some sleep. So he took a cycle, left for home. Remember, it was war time. War time means no street light. Everything was off, because otherwise there will be bombing there. I'll be closing in here. So that dark night, he had to leave. Next day, early morning, whenever he got up, he said, I want to see how these mice are. So he came back running again in his cycle, and what he found, he was very, very astonished, because nothing like this ever happened before. All the four mice, they were not just alive, they were pretty healthy. They were eating food and things like that. So he reported to Howard. Howard said, now we have cracked it. Norman, we have to mass produce this penicillin. Do everything that you know of. But there was nothing that Norman Hitley knew of with which it could be done, mass production of penicillin. So what did he do? He started cultivating this penicillin in every kind of utensils that he could lay his hand on. Initially, he tried on something called conical flasks. These are the glass flasks. But as you can see, the surface is very small. How much quantity of penicillin? And wartime, every research is geared towards making, ammunitions, making bullets, making those kind of things. Not of a new thing. Nobody is interested in that. Every resource is put behind those kind of things, so that British forces can win. They are not discussing penicillin. Penicillin is not important to anybody other than this Howard Florey, Boris Chain, and this Norman Hitley. So he took, because that was this pathology lab, then he took some can, some metal can, some dish in which they serve food to the hospital guys. He took bedpan. Bedpan, what is it used for? Collecting urine and stool for from the patients. So they started cultivating even this penicillin in that. Some biscuit tin, some cookies box, and then all of these things, they were all exhausted. Then he, with some designer, he made a design of some ceramic pottery in which he could do that. So this is that thing. And then he decided that, because he was alone, how much could he do? He recruited 6 school children, all of whom were girls. And their job was to use this. There are plenty of them. These are made with using the potters. So they got this, and day and night, 24 hours, they have to make penicillin. They have to cultivate this Penicillium notatum fungus, and from which they have to extract penicillin. That is the job. He now got a process, but that is what the job entails. So these are all these small machines that Norman Hitley made, and these are the names of those of the schoolgirls Ruth Callow, Claire Inath, Betty Cook, Peggy Gardner, Megan Lancaster, and Patricia McKegney. Schoolgirls used to make penicillin, which was not yet discovered. Yeah. So these are the pictures of two of them. I think this one was looking like maybe 11th or 12th standard. This may be 9th standard. They are like you. They are trying to help scientists achieve something which will win Nobel Prize in another 5 years' time, 4 years' time. This is in 1940, 1941 at that time. Yeah. So when it became a success, there are a bit of a story left, but I'm cutting it short. It helped save huge number of first the soldiers, and then of course normal human beings. Yeah. Anyway, I have completely run out of time, so I don't have time to tell you the story of these things. The folic acid, in just 2-3 sentences I'll tell you. Folic acid first made by an Indian scientist. His name is Yallapragada Subbarao. He's a Telugu person. He was not good in studies. He ran away from his house. Yeah? He ran away to Benares. He and his cousin. He thought he will make a living by selling bananas in the railway platform. Police caught them. They sent them back home. His mother, he lost his father very young. His mother sent him back to school. It required 3 chances for him to pass matriculation. He was not a good student at all. He was not, at least at the school level. He is this person who developed folic acid, because of which now, billions of people, they live a normal life. Folic acid is not made by our body, it comes from diet. But, this is and those who suffer from anemia. In India, there is iron deficiency anemia, and there is folic acid deficiency anemia also. So all of you must ensure that you eat green leafy vegetables. Green leafy vegetables are the major sources of folic acid. If you don't take that, you will have deficiency of folic acid, and deficiency of folic acid is not a good thing. Folic acid is essential for making your DNA and RNA. You have heard about DNA? Yes. DNA is the thing because of which you look like a human being first, and you look probably more like your parents. Yeah? So this is DNA. If you don't have folic acid, then you may look very different. Okay? That is not a good thing. So all of you must ensure that you have sufficient leafy green vegetables. Yallapragada Subbarao employed again a team of boys, school children, to develop his folic acid. And this is in the US. And this also was done in 1941. So Norman Hitley employed schoolgirls to develop penicillin. Yallapragada Subbarao involved school boys to develop folic acid, and they discovered this penicillin and folic acid, because of which human beings are what they are today. If they could do so much, can't you convert your schools to a beautiful school? It's a very simple task, isn't it? So therefore what I am saying is, forget all these things. I have run out of time. So our submission is very small. You make Bangalore beautiful, because if they could achieve such wonderful things, they are also school children. They worked under some supervision of scientists. If they could do this, can't you do? Think about it. I have run out of time, so I had to cut short. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such inspiring and interesting stories.
Hello, 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 hello. हेलो न्यू इंट्रोड्यूस वही कर रहे हैं वैसे आती हुई ये कर रहे हैं हाँ। आप कर रहे हो introduce? नहीं हेलो 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 that is fine.
Moving to the next session, we are glad to have Professor Sreenivasan Ramaswamy's research team, Sasvani Group, today with us.
काम नहीं कर रहा
They have extensive experience in the field of wastewater treatment. They will be speaking on the topic of understanding wastewater from burden to resources. So I welcome all of you and thank you for giving your valuable time and spending this with the students. So let's start your session. You can just introduce your name.
Hello. Am I audible? So, thanks for this opportunity first of all. So, we are from Sasvani Lab. Today, myself, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. Myself, Dr. Saidu. I'm an environmental engineer, currently doing postdoc. So, after doctorate degree, we do postdoc. So, at Sasvani Lab. So, today, I and along with my colleagues here to give insights about wastewater treatment. So before that, I would like to just give insights about our lab, Pani. So Pani, you know, right? Pani, water. Any guess for sus? What is sus? Sustainability, right? So the major theme of our lab is to treat the wastewater in a sustainable manner, right? So in charge of our laboratory, Professor Sreenivasan Ramaswami. So under his guidance, we all are working. Some of them are postdocs, some of them are research scholars doing PhD. So we all are working on wastewater treatment. The main theme of today's topic is the wastewater. It is not a burden anymore, rather it is a valuable resources, right? So if we go maybe 2 decades back, maybe early 90s, 1990s, so that time it was like our mindset was like the wastewater is just throw it away. We are using some amount of water every day, right? So at the same time we are generating some amount of wastewater. So that time we were thinking like it is a burden. Like treat it, maybe partially treat it. In case some cases without any treatment, we are discharging into the aquatic bodies. But now the mindset is shifting towards it is not a burden anymore, rather it is a valuable resource in terms of energy. Nowadays we are extracting energy from the wastewater, or maybe extracting some kind of fertilizers for agriculture activities, or reusing the treated wastewater for different activities like toilet flushing, right? So maybe agriculture activities, something like that. So to give further insights, our teammates one by one will explain about wastewater, how it being treated, so how we are reusing in different aspects, right? So I think we can start.
भाई this one hello yeah good morning everybody. As Saidulu sir told, we'll be first discussing a little bit of background about what the water scenario in India is, how much wastewater we generate, and some other terms. This is not a teaching session or a lecture. We'll try to be very interactive with you. So yeah, let us start. So I want all of you to just think for a minute, like what is your water footprint? Now let me tell you what a water footprint is. Right from the moment you get up in the morning until you sleep in the night, you use water for various activities, right? You all know the activities. It's all daily chores, and we all use water for those activities. So I just want you to take a minute or so and think roughly about how much water do each of you use. I want you to think in your mind, have a rough estimate. If anybody of you has an idea of what they use, you can raise your hand and you can tell. It should not be an exact number. You can tell me a range in how much liters you think you are using per day. Okay, right from the moment you get up until the moment you sleep. Yeah, some hands.
Sir, approximately I might be using about 40 to 45 liters of water from drinking to taking bath to watering plants.
Okay, she said 40 to 45 liters. Yeah, next. 20 to 25 liters per day. Okay, anybody else with a guess? Yeah, 30 liters per day. Okay, 35. Okay, I'll give you a hint. It's all higher than this. Okay, it's not this low. Ha, yes? 50 liters per day. Yeah. 100. Okay. 60. 60. 16. That's it. Okay. Ma'am? 110. Okay. You were saying 60 liters. So, okay. So, some people have told the range. Okay. What all did you think of when you thought of this? Like, we think of whatever we use for drinking, whatever we use for cleaning, hygienic activities, whatever we use for washing clothes, washing our food items like vegetables, etc. Right? But on an average, one Indian person consumes around 144 liters of water per day. Okay, imagine you are taking a bath. The water bucket that you have itself is 25 to 30 liters. You use a flush once, it drains out around 5 liters of water if it is like a long press flush. So if you consider all of that, an Indian person consumes somewhere around 144 liters of water per day. In US it's even more, in some countries it's lesser. But then this is just the direct consumption. Direct consumption is the water that you directly use by yourself. Now there is also something called as indirect water consumption. Now think of this, you are wearing clothes, you wear a different type of clothes every day. So making a cloth, any type of cloth, it might be a jeans pant, it might be a cotton shirt, anything. Making that itself requires a huge amount of water. Okay, again you eat rice, right? To cultivate rice you need to irrigate it, right? And to irrigate you need a lot of water. You must have seen rice fields, some of you. So rice fields require a lot of water. Like that, each thing that you eat, each thing that you wear, each thing that you use requires a lot of water. A simple paper cup requires a lot of water. So this is just an example that tells how much water does a person use, like each of these activities require. For example, making 1 cup coffee requires approximately 140 liters of water. Okay, making 1 kg of sugar requires 1500 liters of water. So this is including everything. The amount of water that the company will use to run its machines, the amount of water that the company will use to clean whatever product they are making, etc. etc. Suppose they are leather shoes, it's around 8000 liters per shoe. Okay, this is not overall, so per shoe. So what you wear, what you eat, how you behave, all dictates how much water each of you are consuming. So this is your indirect water consumption, your indirect water footprint. So now, first it was that 144 liters per day, okay, but if you include this indirect consumption, globally one person uses around 3500 liters of water per day. For an Indian person, the average is a little less, it's around 3000 liters per day. So you see the amount now, it's approximately each of you are using around 3000 liters of water per day. Okay, keep that number in mind. Now we'll see the overall water usage statistics in India. Now what all do we use water for? Okay, we use it for as like household activities is one of them, like that is human use. But there is also agriculture, as I said, growing rice, anything, all vegetables that you eat require water for irrigation, so that is there. Then there's energy generation that requires a lot of water. Some equipments need cooling. Okay, some equipments run using water, so that is there. All of the industries, all of the manufacturing plants require water in some or the other way. So these are the different ways in which all of us are using the water. So daily available water approximately in India including the rainwater, including groundwater, our rivers, our lakes, everything, daily water availability is around 3600 liters per person per day. Each of you has 3600 liters of water that you can use per day. But this number should not be taken as it is. Okay. The daily water consumption roughly overall in India is 2055 into 10 to the power 9 liters per day. Okay, so we have 3077 into 10 to the power 9 available, and we have 2055 that we use. Seems quite okay, right? There's no problem in this. We have more available, we are using less, so it's good, right? But it's not us only that use the water. There are other plants, there are other animals that use the water. We can't drain the earth totally of water, right? There should be some water left to flow in the rivers for other animals to use. So even if this number seems lesser than available water to you, this is still not a good thing. Okay, we are still using a huge amount of water than what we get from the earth. And that is why, according to government data, by 2030 most of India is projected to be under water stress. So it's only 4 years away, right? In next 3 to 4 years, most of the India will be in water stress. The red color says that the water stress is extremely high, and most of it is, as you see, dark red in color. So if we keep on using the water the same way that we are, most of India is projected to be under water stress. Water stress is either physical unavailability of water, or if even there is water, it will be so expensive that people won't be able to use it. Okay. So now all of this water we are using, and that gets converted to wastewater. Okay. Now there are ways in which it can be used as a resource and not as a wastewater, as my colleagues will tell you further as we go into the presentation. But according to the textbook, what is wastewater? So the textbook definition is that any water that has been adversely affected by anthropogenic. Anthropogenic means human activities, such that it's the concentration of contaminants or pollutants in that water becomes very high. It is a wastewater, and it can be generated by any activity. It can be a household activity, it can be a industrial activity, it can be commercial activity, it can be anything. So what are the different ways in which we use water? So majorly it can be divided into either industrial or municipal. Municipal is what we use daily in our homes. Industrial is different type of industries use water for different purposes, as I told before. So all these activities here generate wastewater. Now, as I told before, it can be divided roughly into domestic, that is household, industrial, and storm runoff. Storm runoff is nothing that when it rains, that water also mixes with the sewage water in the pipelines or in the gutters, and then goes to the sewage treatment plant. So that water contains some amount of contaminants, but it is not as heavily contaminated or polluted as domestic or industrial wastewater is. There is another way of classifying types of wastewater depending on where it originates from. So we broadly divide it into grey water and black water. Grey water is the water that is generated when water is used in kitchen or bathrooms for taking a bath or washing your vegetables or laundry, etc. Then black water consists of either of yellow water and brown water. Yellow water is the water that is generated after a person urinates, and brown water is the water generated after a person defecates, that is water generated due to feces. When both of this mixes, it is called as black water. The other water, that is washing, bathing, kitchen, etc., laundry, it's all grey water. So these are two different types of wastewater. Each of these has different types of characteristics based on what has contaminated the water. For example, urine, which is yellow water, will have a high amount of nutrients like ammonium and phosphorus, whereas grey water, which has detergents, etc., will have comparatively higher amount of organic waste, that is carbon based waste into it. So now just see the top image wherein three glasses of water are used. Okay, so you can tell which one is wastewater among these and which one is not usable for you. Anybody? Yeah.
The first
Hmm.
green one
Hmm.
is not usable.
Okay.
But while the last one is drinkable and usable,
Okay.
and the second one is not drinkable.
Okay. Anybody else? How do you decide whether what water to drink, what water to not drink? How will you decide?
Basically,
Huh.
if the water is clear, it has no dirt or muck or anything
Okay.
inside of it,
Okay.
then do it as drinkable water or usable water.
Okay. You?
As he told, we can find it out by the color of the water, and also as we observe, we see tiny particles of dirt present in it.
Okay.
By which we can understand that microorganisms are present in it and which are harmful for the body. So
Okay.
we can only use the last class of water.
Fine. So basically what we generally do is we look at something and then decide if it is good or not, right? So in the top image it's quite easy to differentiate, because as all, like many of you told, first two are quite murky, there is particulate matter and a lot of stuff. And the third one is clear. But the two glasses there in the next image, one of them is tap water, one of them is drinking water. How will you differentiate between them? Can you drink tap water directly? Is it good to drink tap water directly? No, right? But then how will you differentiate? Because both will look the same. If I give it to you in a nice packaged bottle and write some big brand ka name and give it to you, you'll drink it, right? Right? So how do you decide which water is wastewater, which water is contaminated and which is not? Yeah? Correct. pH is one of the parameters. Anybody else? By boiling the water. Okay. By testing it. Okay. Testing it for what? Yeah, you were telling something. If it's not in bottle, if I give you two glasses, then? Yeah, pH is one of them. So we'll see what all can be used to check if water is good or not. Does visibility give you an indicator of it if it is drinkable or not? To a broader extent, yes. You won't drink murky or water having particulate matter. That is correct. The basic test is correct. But some waters can look clear, but still they will be contaminated or polluted. You can't drink it. So what all are the things that can be used? The first, as you rightly said, is pH. Okay. Normal water which is drinkable or usable will have pH closer to 7. If the pH is farther away from that range, the possibility of it being contaminated is high. But 7 does not mean that it is not contaminated. Some contaminants will keep the pH as 7, but it will still be contaminated. Okay. Then there are other parameters like turbidity. Turbidity is like we measure how much light water sample scatters along. So if there is a lot of turbidity, there are a lot of small particles, which could be anything: clay particles, silt, sand, small sand particles, some microorganisms growing. They'll all scatter light and they'll all contribute to the turbidity. So if a water is highly turbid, you shouldn't drink it or use it for any potable purposes. The one more important parameter is dissolved oxygen. Okay, so we know that fish require oxygen to breathe. Aquatic plants require oxygen to breathe. What type of oxygen do they breathe? Okay, what is dissolved oxygen? Do bubbles go into water and the bubbles are taken up by fish? No, right? The water, oxygen from the bubbles dissolves into water. Okay, this is a gas dissolving into water. It dissolves into water, and that is what these organisms take. It can be plants, it can be animals. Okay, so if dissolved oxygen is very low, then that water body is not fit for aquatic life. Then there is electrical conductivity. If there are dissolved substances in water, the ionic strength of the water will be high, causing high electrical conductivity. Dissolved substances are not easily visible to eye if they don't have color. Okay, so if you measure conductivity and it is higher than normal water, the water is likely to be contaminated. Then you measure organics and nutrients. Organics mostly contains carbon-based waste. Nutrients will contain mainly nitrogen and phosphorus, causing greening of water bodies mainly. Okay, algae will grow and then destroy the water body. So these are some of the parameters. More parameters you will see later in the presentation. Yeah.
Sir, I'm having a doubt. Sir, like as you explained that we can check if the water is safe for drinking. Like as we educated people, we can find out if this water
Exactly. So that is why you need to educate people to a larger extent. Okay. It's not always that a person will make a decision. Sometimes government authorities or whoever is the governing authority can give directions or indications about what to use and what not to use. Just the last slide, giving you some statistics about wastewater. This is the sewage water generated per day in India, and the red line show you per capita, that is wastewater generated by one person per day. So wastewater generated in India daily is 72 into 10 to the power 6 liters per day. Okay, 72 into 10 to the power 6. Our treatment capacity is only 32 into 10 to the power 6. That is on paper. Operational capacity is even lesser than that, 27. And actually we treat only 20 into 10 to the power 6. So we are treating only 28% of the wastewater currently. With all our wastewater treatment plants, with all our advanced infrastructure, we are treating only that much. The rest of 72% is let off into the water bodies without any treatment. Okay, and then what happens, we'll see.
Hello, everyone. So now, I'm audible. So now Atik talk about what is wastewater and how much waste we generate and how much waste we treat with the time. And now I am talking about why we need to treat a wastewater, or what quality we require. So why the water quality matters. So can someone know why we need to treat a wastewater? If
First of all, usable water is very limited on our planet, so we should make the most of it by treating even the most dirtiest water.
yeah.
So that there will be more water that us humans, not just us humans, us animals can use for natural survival.
Sir, water is a very important thing for us. The way how we consume it is bringing danger to the water levels. As we humans are trying to make it as a non-renewable resource. So when we are trying to treat wastewater, we are not only increasing the water's quality, but also we preserving some water for the future.
Nice.
Sir, we humans need water to live. It is the most important resource other than food. So, as I have shown here that the 72 times 10 to the power of 9 tons of water are being wasted every day, why not use the water? If we waste the water, then more water is being gone, which means there is less water for our survival and less water for crops, yields, aquatic creatures and everything. So if we actually preserve water, if we make it usable, we will save a lot of water, which can also be useful for the further upcoming generations.
So because treating wastewater actually as a whole, it contributes to the better environment, sustainability, it contributes.
Okay.
Yeah, because if we don't treat wastewater and directly dispose it into the environment, it's not only harmful for plants and animals, but it's also harmful for us because that is the same water coming back to the things we use.
Okay, nice. So as we know, India is a country of rivers, or we have a major river like Ganga, Brahmaputra, Yamuna, Kaveri, Godavari. And if we dispose the wastewater direct into these rivers without treating, so what happens? Like it's harm the peoples, it's harm the nature, ecosystem, our food chain. Okay, and some aquatic life get disturbed. And with the time, with the time, uh, pollution level of river increasing at a level that we can't treat and provide clear water our citizens. So what can be the bad effect? Like first is the human health get affected due to the diarrhea or some other diseases, the human get affected. Second is economy. So can you tell about how economy affected by the wastewater? Like if we don't treat a wastewater.
Basically, then the economy, what will happen is that the price of water
Okay, so both are rights. If we are not providing or we are not able to provide a clean water to our citizen, then our manpower are not working sufficient, not with the full power. And other thing is industries like equipment in the industry like a boiler or heat exchangers are not working with their 100% efficiency. And if I other talk like tourism, if a place where is a clean water and clean air is not available, so the tourism is not grow there. So it's also like a effect on tourism. And like we are not able to achieve sustainable goal number 6. The sustainable goal number 6 is deal with the provide a clear water and sanitation. Are you aware with the I think sustainable goals? Okay. So these are some statistics are available. So around 1.7 billion peoples used physics contaminated wastewater till the 2022. Okay, then you see the around 1 million deaths per year due to the unhygienic or not a clear water. So out of the 4% lack safe drinking water as per the UNICEF WHO 2023 report. And around 74% of the natural disaster due to the water related it's from 2001 to 2018. So these are the data available for the global disease burden. So around 3.4 million deaths report worldwide, and 5,25,000 person children's dead due to the diarrhea disease, and 1.7 billion annual case of the childhood diarrhea. And in India, if you see the around 1.5 million children die to the diarrhea. And if I talk about the other diseases, diarrhea, hepatitis, viral hepatitis, cholera. So these are some case studies available in so in Finland there is a due to the bad infrastructure, or says due to the disconstruction of sewage rivers. So sewage river waters mix with the drinking water. So due to the which around 3 days they don't get access of a clean water, and around 50,000 people get affected due to this incident. In India, you see in the news in Indore water supply crisis. Have you heard about the Indore water?
Yes, yes. So basically, the indoor, because of very, very bad governing, the water got contaminated, and then the sewage water and the drinking water got mixed. So many people got diarrhea, cholesterol because they drank that contaminated water.
Okay, he's right. Around 23 deaths and 200 people hospitalized due to this contaminated water. And his similar case happened in Jaipur. So in Jaipur also the sewage river is broke, and the water from the sewage mixed with the drinking water, and people get affected from that contaminated water. This is the due to the eutrophication. Have you anyone idea about eutrophication? Yeah. So why? No.
So it's not just because of the chemicals in the factories, but it's also because the water temperatures are rising, which is which makes algae grow more in the water.
No, it's not like that.
Basically, because of climate change, our entire animal ecosystem is falling down.
So this happens mainly because of organic waste. The feces, the urine, all of them contain a nitrogen compound.
Yeah, he's right.
Which allows algal bloom, because nitrogen is the protein of algae.
So
Sir, one more reason is due to all of this, the plants beneath the water bodies start decaying. When they decay, they release some sort of a yellow pigment, which reflects with the water color. So when it reflects, it becomes into green algal color, which
Okay, so algae bloom is because of the nutrient, nitrogen and phosphorus. If in your wastewater or the water you dispose into the lake or river, if is the permissible limit for the nutrient like nitrogen and phosphorus are there, if you exceed from there, then it's become a nutrient for the algae, and the algae bloom become occur, and the eutrophication occurs in the lake. And with the time it's grow, and after some time the lake become a dead lake, and the ecosystem of whole lake is collapse. So now Kirti take.
Hello everyone. So have you all wondered like the wastewater we generate at our households, right? Like so how is it getting treated, or from where it's just getting vanished from our home and where it's reaching out to? Anybody has any idea?
Maybe it's going to the sewage.
Right?
There is something called a sewage treatment plant. Here in India, it's Bengaluru right now. It's BWSSG. There, the water is treated.
Yes?
Ma'am, whatever wastewater is being coming from our house, they're interconnected with pipes, and wherever from industrial areas, they're all connected to chemical treatment plants, where they're chemically treated before they're released into the water bodies.
That's right. So let me show you a schematic of the same. So you can see here the wastewater we generate at our households, like with various activities we do on daily basis. So there is something called a sanitary sewer where all this water collectively goes into that lines. And when there are storms, rain, all those things, when it happens, there is another channel through which the storm water, which is less polluted, also goes into the waterway, whereas the sanitary sewers where all the wastewater which generates in our household, those going through the sanitary sewers, and then they get transported to the wastewater treatment plant for further treatment. So does anybody have any idea what are the stages in which wastewater is being treated? Please.
First of all, the turbid waste, the waste that is floating is removed by sedimentation. The waste that still removes is alum is added to that, and the waste settles and again removed. Then you add chlorine and you remove all the microorganisms because chlorine is harmful for it.
That's nice. Anybody else? Alright, let me take you in detail how the journey goes for wastewater being treated and how we discharge into the water bodies. So this is the sewer network which you see in the image. It looks like in the underground water pipelines which the wastewater we generate gets transported to the wastewater treatment plant. And let me show you how the treatment happens at the wastewater treatment plant. Okay? Yeah. So the first thing which happens at the wastewater treatment plant, which is a screening process, like we have bar screens. So here in the wastewater, we may even throw like plastics, sacks, huge solid particles which can damage the pumps, filters within the treatment plants. To prevent that, the bar screen is being put. Whatever the trash which goes along with the wastewater treatment plants, they get screened or they get scrapped, and that they send it to the landfills, whereas the other water would go through these bar screens, as you can see the image over here. So the next stage would be like called grid tank. So over here, things like sand, pebbles, which can easily settle down if we give a few minutes of time. Those are the ones which get separated here in the second step, whereas the other suspended ones goes into the sedimentation tank. So over here in the sedimentation tank, what happens is the suspended organic matter, if we allow them a period of time, maybe for few hours, so they tend to get settled down in the form of sludge as a solids, whereas the fats, which are insoluble in nature, which comes within our wastewater, they float up. So these two things are being scraped up for maintenance of the wastewater treatment plant, whereas the middle water which is there, that gets entered into the aeration tank. So this is the hub where the microorganisms are there, and even our wastewater with organics, nutrients. So here when we aerate this tank, so the whatever the nutrients, organics, the microorganisms use these nutrients for their own metabolism and help us to clean the wastewater. So they use these nutrients for their own metabolic process. So once they use these nutrients, they grow, so they form like flocks. So as before we discharge them, it goes into something called clarifier, or even a secondary sedimentation tank also you can see, as the microbes would have grown big after eating all the nutrients which are there in the wastewater. So we give the clarifying tank for them to settle down, which you also can use it again as a source of microbes to clean the wastewater. And then at last, as you all know, wastewater do contain pathogenic organisms, viruses. So before even treating them into the our water bodies, they get treated through chlorination, or even UV treatments also are being done to discharge the water into the water bodies. So that's how the water reaches to the river water bodies, and we all need to be thankful for all these technologies are there, and also be water wise while using this. So do you think this treating the wastewater is a burden? So many treatment plant steps are there, but we have next Richa who will be telling it's not a burden, but it's much more than that. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? So great. So my name is Richa Agarwal, and today you have read about what is wastewater, correct? What are the things in the wastewater? Like for example, Atit sir told you about different parameters like pH, DO, microbes, salts, pebbles, so many things which are undesirable. So when water have those contaminants in it, we call it wastewater. Then Kirti ma'am told you about, then Jasraj sir told you about that there are multiple incidents when the wastewater have been mixed with your treated water, and it has been consumed, and it has caused big tragedies, correct? So why it is important, just to emphasize that we should be careful of what kind of water we are consuming, and we should tell everybody, we should tell air pollution is happening these days, water pollution is happening these days. Until unless we are not aware and we will not emphasize on the importance of treated water, drinking water accessibility, the government will not do their work. So we read about those incidents. Then Kirti ma'am told you about how wastewater is treated generally in India. So what happens is conventionally, as some person told here, that municipal wastewater treatment plants take care of our generated wastewater, correct? But do you know that only 28% of wastewater generated is being taken care by the treatment plants? The rest is just discarded into our rivers and lakes. Can anybody guess what is the reason? Do you want to take a guess? Yes?
Budget.
Maybe, yes, correct. Budget. Yes.
Maybe there aren't enough water treatment plants for all of the wastewater.
Infrastructure, very good point. Yes. Infrastructure problem again, land area, there is no accessible land. The capacity, the cities are expanding, the population is growing, the amount of water usage per person is increasing with our fancy lifestyle and everything, but our treatment plants are the same. The infrastructure is not developing, we are not changing. Okay, one more person there.
Ma'am, reduced capacity of machineries to process continuously.
Very good point. So the machines which have been installed like 10 years back, 15 years back, maybe 10 years back, so they lose their efficiency eventually, and we need to update them, or maybe we need to modernize, and we need to change our water treatment systems. Okay, so this is one fact which I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Okay, now moving ahead. So this was about our treatment plants. Now let's talk about the good things. So I want to emphasize that wastewater is not waste, it's not a burden, it's a resource. If we can use it wisely, and as said, we know that the treatment plants do not have the capacity to treat the 100%. So what options do we are we left with? We have to find an alternative management water schemes. So there are, can you see here, one second, sorry. Okay, so in this image, the first column is where we are generating our wastewater. Okay, so maybe industries, maybe domestic purposes, and XYZ. And then the wastewater generated goes to your treatment facility. And the third, this is new, this is what we want to emphasize, this is what we are working, this is our generation must emphasize on, that the wastewater does not end here. We can reclaim it we can treat it suitably, reclaim it for drinking waters. Maybe we can do nutrient recovery. So we talk about eutrophication here, correct? So wastewater had nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, so maybe those things can be done. Then there is sludge generated in the wastewater treatment plant. So the sludge can also be used to generate biogas, biosolids, maybe as a fertilizers. So do you really think wastewater is a waste? I don't think so. We can use it. Okay, so now again, one more fact here is that initially previous generations did not emphasize so much on water usage or water recycling or water treatment. We are a generation, we are looking for alternatives for water treatment techniques, technologies as well, and similarly we are emphasizing on its treatment as well. So here, as you can see, this is a report by UNICEF and WHO. Can you see that the graph is going down, 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 down? So the available renewable freshwater resources, because of the climatic changes, because the rains are not happening, frequent droughts, the lifestyle changes, the available and the population growth, the available renewable resources, water renewable resources per capita is reducing rapidly. So we have to be conscious about it. So now we find that there are 3 schemes. If we keep in mind these 3 schemes, we can fight this water scarcity, which is like next door to us. Reuse, recycle, and nutrient recovery, so that the wastewater is not just a wastewater. Yes. So what are the benefits? What are the challenges? We should be aware of that as well. So the benefits are, we can generate an alternative source of water. Lakes, rivers, rains, we know like how much water can be generated from those sources. So we do want alternative water resources which we can use. So it generates, if we start reusing our wastewater, so maybe that's an alternative source of water. We can recharge our aquifers, lower dependence on synthetic fertilizers. This is with respect to your NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. Integrated management with closed water and nutrient cycles. Lower cost for water treatment. Fresh transboundary conflicts on water. So do you understand these points? Okay, does anybody want to ask any question regarding these? Yes?
Ma'am, as we were going through the chemical treatment in per waters, I feel there is one small lagging point over there. When we do power cleaning, we remove all the single-use plastic and other waste products. And as mentioned, it gets landfilled. When it's getting landfilled, again it will reduce the soil quality and the groundwater levels over there. When the groundwater
So we have to make the changes at every step. So for example, if your landfill, your polythenes or your synthetic waste is making its way to the landfills, if the landfills are properly lined up, the leachate or the wastewater coming from your solid waste, it will not seep into the ground, it will not make its way to your groundwater, it's not going to disturb your water bodies otherwise. So the thing is, we have, so sir wants to say here something.
I would like to highlight one point. So there are guidelines in the assessment is provided that
Sir?
whatever waste is generated on the wastewater treatment plants, so if we are proposing that those two should goes to landfill, it should be either inorganic, it should be inorganic, or it should be inert in nature. I think I'm not able to it should be inert or inorganic. That means it should not create, even if, as you said, like leaching is generating, like inorganic ash particles won't create much problems on groundwater, as I said. Like there are some guidelines, but yeah, it should be inert and inorganic. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. So yeah, this is one more thing we got to know today, we learned today. So these are the benefits. What are the risks when we are reusing water, when we are saying we should recycle? There are few things which we need to keep in mind again. So those are harmful to the environment and public health. This happens if we are not treating our water properly, if we are not making sure that the water has been treated properly for certain use, then it might create harmful. It might be harmful for the environment in long run. Accumulation of pollutants in soil and food crops requires nuanced understanding of crops type, season and soil. Yes. Requires adherence to risk management measures, contamination of groundwater, and therefore it needs regular monitoring. When you say it needs regular monitoring, because if when we are recycling water and we are reusing it, we know that the water has some amount of contaminants. It might have some amount of contaminants, maybe not very undesirable for us, but yes, it is not completely treated water. So we have to keep a check that in what range these parameters are lying. All right. Okay. So now we know we should do reuse and recycling. The second point comes, where to reuse? What are the prospects where we can reuse, where we can recycle these water? So maybe there are urban reuse, maybe there are agricultural reuse, maybe there are industrial reuse. Anybody else? So let's go ahead and we'll see. Okay, for urban reuse, can you give some points where we can use little contaminated water, little less treated water? For example, what I want to emphasize here is you do not need your drinking water to wash your car.
Yeah. So we can use contaminate, like not that clean water, like little contaminated, that to clean stuff like our cars or anything like a bench. Like let's just say a society wants to clean a place.
Okay.
Let's just say a road, some sort. We don't have to use the water that we drink. It's a waste of fresh water. As you said, that fresh water is very, very limited. So we can use something that is a little bit contaminated also to clean these things.
Wonderful. Very good point. Yes?
Maybe we can also use it for like decorational purposes, like that not so clean water, like for fountains or
Yes, aesthetic purposes, very good point. For a fountain, maybe we can use it. We do not need a potable water for that. But we have to make sure, because fountain might have some fishes, it might have some machinery, some pumps. So the water needs to be clean that it can work in that scenario. Okay, so this is how we start to think. That's how we expect you to think, like when we are reusing it. Okay, anything else? Yes?
parks and like watering any of the plants in public places that are there in public places.
Perfect. Very good example. Yes?
Can be used for road cleaning also, for regular maintenance of roads.
Yes, it can use for road cleaning. We do not need a very clean water for our road cleaning purposes. Why you guys are very quiet? You don't want to participate? Maybe you want to say something? No? Anybody else from this side? Okay. So yeah, so here I have given some examples. Okay, maybe you can use this less treated water, or you can use this reuse for construction and dust control. So for air pollution, a major reason is construction sites, infrastructure built up. So maybe you can use for construction, maybe for commercial laundries, street sweeping, as somebody said, for road cleaning. Yes.
And in the buildings, we need to put the water on the concrete so that it becomes very strong. But we no need to put the fresh water which we are drinking, which is useful for our health. So we can put the less contaminated water, which we can be even reuse as well.
Yes, very good idea. We can recycle water and reuse for construction, for wetting our concrete. Correct? And you know what? There are some studies going on this, that maybe the use of such water makes the concrete more stronger. It provides more strength. So yeah, for ornamental fountains, fire protection, firefighting, definitely. So these are some examples. Second is for golf courses, residential fields and landscaping, as you said, parks and everything, gardening. So this is landscaping, schoolyards, large office parks, cemeteries, highway medians, athletic fields. So there are so many places which gives us opportunity to reuse or recycle water. Then there are industrial reuse. We can use it, yeah?
While the rocket is going up the fire, it gives. There also we can use reused water.
Very good idea. So this is novel. Nobody has thought of it. Very good. Good. So now going ahead, we have completed for urban reuse. Now we are thinking about industrial reuse. Industrial reuse, industries, we use heat exchanger, we use boilers, we use cooling towers for generating our electricity, and again so many things. Maybe pulp and paper industries, textile industries uses dyes, and so many things. So maybe those are some opportunities for reusing water, as you can see. Then again, agricultural reuse for food cropping, for different type of agricultural purposes. For example, if you want to irrigate for ornamental plants, if you want to irrigate for fruits, if you want to irrigate for your rice, if you want to irrigate for something which you are consuming directly. So there have been guidelines which we'll go through, but you can reuse your water here as well. And the good thing is that the water might contain already nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. So that is good for that is a blessing in disguise for us. Then we have environmental reuse. Maybe we can use for habitat restoration. So many lakes in Bangalore have dried up. So maybe a little less treated water, in which aquatic life can survive, maybe that can use for recharging our lakes, increasing lake levels, groundwater recharges, infiltration basins, injection wells, saltwater intrusion barriers. So these are some examples where environmental reuse can be put. One more example I want to give, on which my research is based on. So I work on grey water treatment. Okay, and I want to give you an example, something which all of you can relate a lot. So I work on grey water treatment. As Adit sir told you, remember that a person in India, a rural or a urban India, generates around 110 liters of water per day. Okay, out of that 110 liters, 80 to 88 or 80 to 90 liters of water generated is grey water. That means that water is not very dirty, that you have used it for your showers, wash basins, cleaning your house, kitchen sinks. So that water does not, because it does not contain any feces and urine, the pathogenic risk associated with the reuse of this water is very less. So if I can treat this water and I can use this, so we can save around 80 liters of water per day, per person. So maybe in a household of 4, we can reuse around 300 liters of reuse water, treated water. So this is the impact what we are talking about. Now I remember I told you about water reuse guidelines. Can anybody tell me, like, what do you understand by reuse guidelines and why do we need it? Any guess? Yes, please.
For certain vehicles, let's take a car now.
Okay.
For certain basically appliances or organisms, there are different levels of purity that is required.
Yes.
Let's take a car as an example. For a car coolant, you cannot use a water that has electrolytes because it needs to be distilled water, or else there is going to be the impact to the machine.
Correct.
Similarly, for agricultural purposes, using extremely clean water is not required, but using over-contaminated water is also bad. So you have to use middle water.
Correct. Very good. So this is what we talk about reuse guidelines. So people have studied thoroughly and they try to make it like a guideline for everybody, so people can reuse accordingly and they can treat. And so these are the guidelines. So these are the parameters here on basis of which you should know like the water is can be used for that purpose or not. So this is water reuse guidelines. And finally we will talk about nutrient recovery. As you guys know, I think already pretty much about it, nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, due to our human activities, they make its way to wastewater. And if we are able to recover those nutrients, it will be very helpful for us, because India is especially an agricultural based country where a lot of money is being spent on to get these fertilizers. You'll get to know like phosphorus and potassium are two elements or compounds which so yeah, that's it. And again, why we emphasize on domestic wastewater, like why you guys can make a change, I should say it like that, because if you can see this trend, the domestic water usage pattern, can you see it's increasing drastically? So if you guys can make use of water sensibly, if you can reduce your per day consumption little bit, it's going to make a huge change. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sasfalilan, for such an
Am I audible?
Use the mic.
Okay. Oh, sure. Okay. Am I audible? No energy? How many of you have the same energy as you came in the morning? That's all. Okay. So we'll start with one question. How many of you know about plastics and how many of you have used plastics? All of us, right? Okay. How many of us think that it causes pollution? All of us. Okay, fine. Let us see how it causes pollution, and let us learn about plastics. Is it on? This one only, right?
No, it has to be plugged in.
Oh. Okay. So here you see, is it visible? This is a comb made out of ivory. All right. Okay. So, and this is another kind of a plaque made out of some king and his wife, made in 1629. That is also made out of a pressed horn. This is actually made out of horn itself. And this is a fan which is made out of tortoise shell. This is a die, and this is also some kind of statue which is made out of ivory. So, what is the common thing among all these things? Yeah.
They use some sort of natural product
Correct.
to make that final thing.
Exactly.
Black, then they use ivory or
Right.
kind of metal. But if it's something like a fan, then they use something that is like
Yeah, I mean there is no metal used in any of this. It's all like they use horn, they use ivory, tortoise shell. It's all like animal source. Yeah. Exactly. Tortoise. Exactly. Yeah. So this was, long back, 1600s and then 1050 AD. Okay. So this continued for several years. So what happened? Almost 2 centuries ago, people used to use ivory, rubber. Anyway, we use now also. Tortoise shell and anything out of animal source for lot of daily products that we regularly use. So what happened? Because the population increased and the demand for all these products also increases gradually. So, we don't have the availability of tortoise shell or ivory in great, availability is not there, right? So it needs that they probably have to kill the animals. So people realized that there is a requirement of some alternative. In 1846, there was one chemist who was working in his lab, accidentally spilled nitric acid on his lab coat, and suddenly realized that after everything was done, it was like little, it was moldable. Some kind of material was formed out of this. That was the nitrocellulose. So this was the starting of an era that we are right now, the plastic era. So this was first discovery of nitrocellulose in 1846. And later on, Alexander Parkes actually improvised it, and he called it as Parkesin. Before it was called plastic, it was called as Parkesin. This was the first name given to some synthetic material which is not of animal origin. So then in 1869, there was a competition. So here you see the billiard balls, right? What do you think it is made out of? Huh? Now, okay, but before the plastics came, what it was made out of? Yes. So, this competition was held by a billiard ball, manufacturing industry. They realized that they were killing lot of elephants for manufacturing billiard balls that we use for playing actually. So he set up a competition. He said that whoever comes up with an alternative material for this ivory will get $10,000. That was in 1869. So there was lot of people, lot of scientists started working on this, and then although nobody won the prize, but that was the time when people seriously started thinking about what is the alternative for this kind of animal sources that we are using. So after that, slowly different scientists started working on different kinds of synthetic materials, and then started discovering new non-natural materials which can be used in place of plastics. So what is plastics? Anyone can tell me a definition for the plastic? Yes.
Plastic is a synthetic fabric or thing like that.
Is it a fabric?
No, like a synthetic thing.
Huh.
It's something like alternative to ivory, those things that were
Correct.
used by manuals back then.
What do you mean by synthetic?
Like it's not natural. It's
Correct.
artificial, made by human. Which is right now made by human.
Correct. Any other answer?
Plastic is a substance
Very good. Okay.
And like plastic will come in various forms.
Huh.
Some plastic can be in hard form, some plastic can be in soft form,
Right.
and other plastics can be in single-use form,
Hmm.
which can be used once.
Right. Any other answer? Huh.
And it is increasingly dangerous as it can shed a lot of microplastics which are negative to our eyes.
Very nice.
The human food chains and it can harm our health.
Okay. I think students knows everything. I don't have to say anything. Anyway, next. Yeah, tell me. Yeah.
And the term comes from being moldable.
Yes.
It's why plastic surgery exists.
Correct.
But there is no plastic in plastic surgery.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
The growing amount of plastic causes the environmental changes,
Hmm.
the global warming and other many of the issues which the environment faces.
That is right. So right now I'm asking for a definition of plastic. He said it is synthetic and it is not biodegradable. Any other answers you know about how to define plastic? Synthetic is one. Anything else? Okay. So they are actually organic synthetic polymer. Okay. So what do you mean by organic? Which class all of you are from? 6, 7. Okay. Yeah. What is organic?
Organic is any material that contains carbon.
Very good. Okay. Nice. And then synthetic, he has answered already. It is man-made. Polymer. What is a polymer?
I'm pretty sure it's multiple carbon bonds.
Okay, that is good. So polymer is basically you have a single unit of one chemical and you synthetically combine it with the same chemical or a different chemical and that keeps repeating. That is a polymer. Okay. So these plastics are a class of organic synthetic polymer which consists of long chain. Obviously it will have a larger molecular weight. Okay. And most of these plastics that we use today, almost more than 99% are made out of fossil fuel. What is fossil fuel?
Basically like petrol,
Huh.
diesel, natural gas, those
Crude
are
oil.
natural.
Right, okay. Fine. And so in addition to whatever polymers that are used to make different kinds of plastics, right? There are many other additives that are used to give it different kinds of properties. And almost more than 1,000 different kinds of chemicals are used in making whatever, even this PET, it is called PET. I'll explain what PET is. In addition to the main chemical, there are many other thousands of different chemicals that are used to make this plastic. Okay, so as I said that in the mid of 1800 there was a big requirement for a non-biological source of these materials. Scientists started working on this and the first plastic, basically kind of plastic which went for mass production was bakelite. So bakelite is a combination of formaldehyde and phenol which under high pressure and temperature it forms a polymer which has a specific property. So bakelite, anybody knows where you have seen bakelite being used? Have you heard of the word bakelite? No. Okay. So you have seen the cookware utensils or cooker handles, right? Switchboard. This is all made out of bakelite. It has a very good insulating property, and also it's not it is resistant to heat. Also, it doesn't transfer. So bakelites are mainly used in the utensils, handles, and things like that. But many years ago, it was also used in telephones. This kind of telephones, I think nobody has seen. Even I have not seen this. Only on television we would have seen. So that was the first plastic kind of synthetic material that people started using. And after that came, so in the crude oil industry, there is lot of gases that used to get generated, and it was basically a waste. They didn't know what to do with that. So all these petroleum industries came together and then figured out what to do with this ethylene gas. Then they found out that using some process, it can be polymerized and made into a particular material which can be used for different applications. So that is how polyethylene came into existence. This was the second, kind of synthetic plastic, material that people started using that. Now, the PET. So PET we use, I mean, this is one of the examples of PET. All these bottles is made out of PET only. PET is nothing but polyethylene terephthalate. That is the polymer that this particular synthetic material is made out of. This was discovered in 1947 by Rex Winfield and James, and then it was molded into a bottle in the year 1973. So since 1973, we have been extensively using these bottles for drinking. Okay. Now, not only this PET, there are different kinds of plastics. How many of you knew that there are so many different kinds of plastics? Okay, fine. Can you define what is PET? PET I already defined. What is HDPE? Okay, so I'll tell you. So these are the main classifications, main different kinds of plastics that we use. First one is the PET, polyethylene terephthalate. It is an organic synthetic polymer. All of them are organic synthetic polymers. HDPE is high density polyethylene. PVC is polyvinyl chloride. LDPE is low density polyethylene. PP is polypropylene and PS is polystyrene. Let me see how many of you remember this by the end of the talk. Okay, so let me just ask you only, like, what are the different properties do you think these plastics have? Yes.
Clearly, HDPE and LDPE are kind of opposite because they have high density and low density.
Okay. No, property in the sense like what, in case of like, in terms of the way we use it, what are the different properties of this plastics in general? Forget about different classification.
Some are more moldable.
Correct.
The others are harder to mold.
Right.
Some are more insulating than the others.
Correct. Then?
Some are very thin and soft.
Yes. Then?
So I don't know the exact like properties, but polypropylene is like, I think it's harder. Like this pen is made out of.
Okay. Good that you know something about what the pen that you are using. Okay. Huh.
Some may be malleable.
Yes. Then?
Is there some plastic with liquid state?
No. At a particular temperature, it will be at liquid state. At a very high temperature. Yes. Exactly. That is the main reason why it has become a big problem now. Because it is very inert. That is the main property that, see, this is all lightweight, durable, malleable, all these things. It is very resistant to any kind of biological degradation. As one of the students told, it is extremely inert. Because of this plastic has applications in almost everything that we know today. Can any one of you tell me what are the, I think all of you should be able to tell me what are the applications that we use in a daily life. Each of you can tell one use. Yes.
Basically plastic bags.
Correct. Next.
Plastic water bottles.
Okay.
Plastic.
Okay. Anybody?
Plastic geometry box.
Okay. Yes. 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 Then? Pen, okay, he already told. Anything else?
The mug which we bag.
Yes, mug, okay.
Like stuff like bubble wrap to protect from
Exactly, yes. Pipes, yes.
Boxes.
Yes. Doors, yes, some, that's right. Yes, tiffin box.
Cases.
Yes, very nice. Then? You start from morning. As soon as you get up in the morning, what do? What is the brush made of? Yeah, exactly. The toothpaste is in what? Plastic. Yes. Packets, yes. Chips, your chips comes in plastic packet. Then chocolate is in plastic wrapper.
Those the boiling noodles that you get like Yippee Maggi, those also come in plastic.
Yeah, plastic cover. Yes, right. Switch, yes. In this room, what all things do you think is your table? I don't know what that material is. Your bag. How many of your bag is? You do think it is not, a fabric?
The zipper of the bag is like generally made of plastic.
Sometimes it is plastic, but mostly it is metal. They generally don't use plastics. But your geometry box, maybe tiffin box, many people use plastic. Okay, so we know, so many applications, right? Starting from the morning, we start using plastic. Okay, now all of this comes from crude oil. Just remember this. All right. So in 1950, when the industrial scale production of the plastic started, they were globally they produced around 1.5 million tons of plastic, all kinds of plastics. So what is 1 million? How many zeros are there? 7 zeros. Okay. 6. Correct. Okay. 1 ton is how many kg? Yeah. So first time when they started industrial manufacturing, first year, they manufactured around 1.5 million tons of plastics. Okay. Now let's see what are the different kinds of plastics that are there. Now the first one, PET. So anybody remembers this symbol, seeing this symbol anywhere?
There are many symbols on plastic. Like this pen has like the symbol with the number 5.
Correct. Very nice. Yeah. So generally when you use these bottles, right, water bottles, or even this probably will have a symbol at the base. Yes. So that is actually, people think that it is a symbol for recycling, but that it is not. It is actually, yes.
That can't be reused again.
No. Of course, you can reuse it depending on what kind of material that is there. You can reuse this bottle any number of times, right? You can fill in water and then use it. The number actually shows what is the polymer that it is made out of. So it is actually showing what is the resin type. So this is polyethylene terephthalate, that is marked as 1. Wherever you see 1, it is made out of PET. So this particular symbol actually indicates N. There is a N here. I don't know how many of you can see at the back. You have this chemical entity. You have this benzene ring with a carbonyl. This is a terephthalate group, okay, terephthalic acid group, and there is an ethylene glycol. Both of them are, joined by a covalent bond. You can understand covalent bond. It is called as ester bond. So this particular entity repeats, 1,000 millions of times. That forms the PET. So N is the number of times it repeats. So this is basically the monomeric unit for the PET polymer. So now, where are these PET used? All the bottles that we use, all kinds of, all this, I think we would have seen all these bottles, water bottles, and this kind of bottles where we store the water, outside also it is there. And then this kind of packaging, plastic packaging. Cake, exactly. Those, most of them, I mean, sometimes it is made out of PP also, polypropylene also. But you have to see, in case on the box, if it is written 1 anywhere, it is PET. Mostly it is PET. Food material comes in the PET, this kind of packaging material itself. After that, this mask that we were wearing, and what is this? Yeah, this is polyester. So polyester cloth we may be using, right? Most of us will have, yes. PET is actually very safe. It is understood to be safe for to be used as a food in a food container. That is the reason why PET is used. Yes.
Ma'am, but aren't all the plastics cleared, so it doesn't matter which plastic we should use.
That is true, but not all of them will be having the properties that can be good for to be consumed. As a pack where we add our food and things like that. Sometimes PP is also used for food boxes. Most of these white and black boxes that we get, right, that is all polypropylene. So there are food grade plastics separately and non-food grade plastics also. So this is polyester. So most of us that whoever offers, we use polyester clothes, that is actually plastic, PET only. So the same bottle, there is a, yes. Yes, I'll come to that. You're too fast. I'll come to that point. So these fabrics, every time you wash it in the washing machine, it releases thousands of particles, thousands of microplastics into the sewage. So how you treat that water you learned just before this talk, right? So there is a lot of microplastic going into the treatment plant also. So if you are very efficient in treating that, you're lucky. Otherwise, one day we will be drinking water which has a lot of microplastics. It is actually reported. I'll come to that. So basically this polyester clothing that we use is also plastic. Now let's see the next one. HDPE. HDPE, this is the monomeric unit, and then it is labeled 2. 2 means HDPE, okay? All these water cans, detergent bottles, shampoo bottles, most of this is made out of HDPE. It's quite hard. That's why they use it. Okay, sometimes these kind of, food pack also is made out of HDPE. The dustbins are made out of HDPE. The syntax tank is made out of HDPE. And PVC. So PVC, all of you know what it is used for. PVC, pipes, exactly. PVC means pipes. So mainly it is used for pipes and fitting. Toys also, people, small babies, chew that toys, right? Just imagine. Some of the toys are made of rubber, but most of the toys are plastic. You go to a toy shop, it is full of plastics, mostly, okay? And then this safety jacket, the raincoat is made of, this is all okay, this is fine. Anyway, we're not going to consume that, okay? And then LDPE. LDPE is the most abundantly used that we misuse mostly in covers. So how many of you go to the shop empty-handed and then buy something and then take the cover, whatever that vendor gives? Yeah.
That happens sometimes, but our vendor usually gives paper covers.
Paper covers is okay, that is fine. But you can avoid that. Yeah, that is good, but it's better to carry some bag along with you, right? Paper cover? Cloth bag is the best actually, right? So whenever I go to market, I see people buying 3-4 different vegetables in 3-4 different covers, and this cover is going to stay for several hundreds of years. Just imagine, one day we use and throw it. It is going to stay there permanently for our lifetime. Okay? So this kind of Ziploc covers is LDPE, gloves is LDPE. Now water bottles, this is wash bottle, generally we use it in the lab. Okay, now polypropylene. Polypropylene caps are mostly, this is polypropylene. The cap is made out of polypropylene. And the straws, please, from today onwards, none of you should use straws. Okay? So, it's, anyway, I think all of you know that once we use a straw and then throw it off, and it is not easily recycled also. Nobody picks it up. It just directly goes to the landfill. So, straws are made of polypropylene. This kind of boxes that we get, whenever you order some food from Zomato or Swiggy, it comes in this box. So, always home cooked food is best. Okay, you don't know what that container contains. Alright, this is the file. That is all okay. These kind of bags you might have seen, right? Recently, a couple of years ago, it started in the market. So we all thought it is made out of cloth. It's a cloth bag because the texture is like that, but actually it is polypropylene. It's a plastic bag, okay? You tell your parents that it is not a cloth bag, it is actually plastic. Now so these are the other applications of, what the polypropylene is used. Polystyrene, how many of you know polystyrene? What is polystyrene? Thermocol?
Yeah, like
Styrofoam, yes, exactly. So these are the another kind of plastic called styrofoam. That is it is also used for some packaging, fast food packaging also. Fine. Now, this was the time when people started manufacturing. This is the year 1950. Here it was annually they were manufacturing around 1.5 million tons. Now in 2019 it is okay, sure. This is fine. All right. So now okay, sure, yes. So now in this 2019 it is gone to 450 or 460 million tons every year. So it has increased almost 500 times the production of plastic and the demand for the plastic. Now these are the different kinds of plastics. See, if you see this circle here, majority of almost 14% of the plastic that is manufactured is PE, and 12% is HDPE, the 14% is LDPE, 19% is PP. So out of all these things, you just see the number, how much is recycled. So this is the recycled polymer, 8.7%. It is actually less than 10% of the total plastic that we use gets recycled. And there is a very small percentage of bio-based plastics that is actually there in the market. So almost more than 90% of the plastics that we use is all fossil fuel based or the crude oil based plastics. Now what is the problem with all these plastics that we are talking about? If you see this, how many of you can see the graph properly? Is it visible at the end? No, right? Is it? Okay, I'll tell you. So this graph actually shows, first is a fishing line. How many years that it stays? Once you use that fishing net, how long it stays? 600 years. Disposable diapers, it stays for 450 years. Okay, plastic bottle for 450 years. And then a plastic beverage holder, 400. So like this, aluminum is anyway natural, so it's fine. If it stays, it's not a big deal. But it can be recycled infinitely, in fact, unlike plastics. I'll talk to you about this recycling also. So just focus on the first four items. So it is going to stay in the environment. Whatever plastic that we use, whatever we discard, buy one chips packet and just throw it there, it will stay there only. You come after your 3-4 births also, it will be there. Okay, that is how it is. Now, so the total amount of plastic waste in the ocean is around 50 million tons in 2015, and it's going to increase. One day, what will happen is the number of fish in the ocean will be very minuscule compared to the number of plastic particles that is there. So we should not reach that level, right? Fish definitely will be eating that even today. So was there any warning signs? Because it is so abundant and we started using it so abundantly, after almost 19 years, see 1969, the large scale production started in 1950, and 1969 there was a group of scientists who were actually trying to work on certain kind of bird called Laysan albatross. So these birds have the tendency to just swallow things. So there were several dead birds that they wanted to find out why so many birds are dead, and they found that in their stomach there were so many plastic items. Almost 83 caps were there in its stomach. So in 19 years itself, the plastic use, that was like how many million tons. So if you go by this, 1970, it was around maybe 40 million tons of plastic per year. At that rate itself, birds have started swallowing plastic. Okay, and this was a warning sign. This was the first warning sign that the scientists gave to the plastic industry. Anyway, so after that, just next year, a couple of years later, there were scientists who were doing some research in this sea called Sargasso Sea. They observed that there are several million particles of plastics that is there on the surface of this sea. This is another warning sign that so whatever plastic that you are using every day, it's good, like fine, we are able to use it for whatever purpose we want, and we are throwing it off. There was no recycling also at that time. Only after all these things started coming, people started realizing that recycling is actually essential. Because whatever you throw, if it stays there, what is going to happen? Like the planet will be full of plastics only, no, ultimately. So people started actually recycling that after that. Now what is the situation? Global primary plastic waste generation by polymer. In 2019, there was a study done, and they saw that almost 62 million tons of PP is the waste that is generated. See, in 2019, the total amount of plastic produced itself is around 460 million tons. and the waste generated is 60. So whatever you use, you throw it. So this is the amount of plastic that is actually generated every year, 62 million tons of PP alone. Like this, all other kinds of plastics, you know, in several million tons we are actually generating every year, and majority of this plastic waste comes from packaging. After this, that is the building and construction material and other applications. Transportation is also one, and textile sector is like a very small quantity. The packaging holds a majority of the plastic waste that is there in the environment, almost 142 million tons of packaging waste. Okay, to give you one idea how much of plastic that we actually produced over 65 years, starting from 1950 to 2015, almost 8,300 million tons of plastic was produced. That is 8.3 billion tons. Okay, and this, okay, after use there is something in the in use, and then finally whatever is actually discarded in the environment, it is not recycled, it is not incinerated, it is actually discarded. That is almost 4.9 billion tons. So it's almost 60% of the plastic that we have manufactured all these years is actually there in the environment. Somewhere you will find it on the road when you are walking back home. Okay, I mean nowadays we find every place we find plastics, right? Bangalore is full of plastic waste. So even though the recycling started long ago, less than 10% of the total plastic that is produced is actually recycled. So you can imagine the mountain of plastic waste that we are actually facing. So it is going to increase enormously. So if you want to compare it with the human population, you add up the mass of, say, carbon mass, okay, of all the humans on the planet, that is actually 0.06 gigatons. Gigatons is basically a billion tons, and the plastic waste that is there is 4.9 billion tons. It is much more than the total mass of all the human beings put together. So we already carry so many kgs of plastic. Every individual carries that. So that is the enormity of the problem that is there. Okay, so now let us see what is the plastic waste generation and per capita, per individual. US generates around 0.34 kg per person, and whereas India, it's around 0.01 kg. But still we know how much of plastic that we use, and our population is much more than the US population. And this is the way mismanaged plastic waste. In 2019, if you see, India is also in the borderline. Like US is, although they use a lot of plastic, they are able to somehow recycle or export it to other countries. Okay, so we import the plastic waste, and then that is how like we have a lot of plastic mismanaged. And this is the what the plastic waste in the ocean. Almost every year 8 million tons of plastic waste is there in the ocean, is actually put into the ocean. So what happens after that? Anybody have heard of this Great Pacific Plastic Patch? What is that?
Huge patch of plastic is floating on there.
Correct. So this is a area in the Pacific Ocean, which is of the area is of almost twice the area of the Texas. There are so many small particles that is floating on the ocean. So it is basically mostly plastic. It is called as Great Pacific Garbage Patch, but majority of the waste that is there is the plastic waste. So what a scientist found out is that when they started collecting this waste and then trying to see how many kgs, that they would have an estimate of how much of plastic waste is there. And when they collected, they saw that almost 1% of the plastic waste is only floating on the ocean. The rest of it, they are finding out where it is. Majority, so what happens when the plastic enters the ocean? There are a lot of ocean currents, right? The currents carry this plastic to different places. Majority of them comes to the shore, sometime in the coastline, and when the plastic is there in the ocean surface, in the water surface, there is UV. It is continuously exposed to the UV radiation. So what happens? This plastic material keeps on breaking down to smaller particles. So this particle also actually The ocean has lot of living organisms, small cellular, single cellular to bigger planktons. So these organisms starts making the plastic their home. So they start growing on the plastic. They accumulate there, and because of that, the weight of the plastic increases and it sinks down. So what happens? If you see this picture, this is in the ocean, in the bed. Okay, there are so many plastic bottles. When you put the plastic on water, generally it floats, most of the plastics. But it has sunken mainly because it is actually, there is a lot of organisms which are growing, and the density has increased. So what scientists found out is, although we can see only 1% of the plastic on the surface, majority of them is like in the ocean bed, or it is in some coastal region, or in different parts of the, it has come to the different parts of the ocean. Okay, so this is the final outcome of all our activities so far. So these are the fishing nets. This is a seal. Just imagine when we are, tied up with a rope. You do not have to be tied up. It is so difficult to come out of that, right? Just imagine how will the seal come out of this net. They don't know what to do. They don't know how it is. So they live with that. They struggle so much. The tortoise is caught in a net. If there was nobody who saw this, somebody would have taken this picture. And of course, they would have rescued it somehow. But there are several thousands of turtles in the ocean, right, that get stuck in this kind of plastic waste every day. And they cannot come out of that. So this is a small squirrel which got caught up in a bottle, and it didn't know what to do. So it died. Okay, so just see how this is a ring. You see this ring. There is a cap and there is a ring. The fish got caught up in that ring, so it cannot come out of that. This is a plastic cover, and this turtle it got into this plastic packaging when it was tiny. So it didn't come out of that, and it grew, and there is a constriction there. So it is getting, like, this is how marine life is getting, they get strangled, and they get killed eventually. See, when we are constrained, there are a lot of predators, right, in the ocean. They will not be able to save themselves because of this kind of constraints that they are getting into. Not only oceans, elephants. Okay, they are somehow, they can consume plastic because they don't know what is food and what is not food, right? So most of the time we just throw the plastic covers along with the food, no? This, what you might have seen cows and cattle, feeding on the plastic bags, because we have kept food in that. If we had cleaned it and then separated the plastic from the organic waste, other food waste, animals would not have been, eating that. So these kind of, this is how, animals are feeding onto that. First of all, one thing is they get entangled with this plastic waste. And then they don't know whether it is food or not, and they consume it, and then what happens, because it doesn't have any nutrients, it gets accumulated in the stomach, and there is no way they get any nutrition, that they starve to death because of this kind of plastic waste that it feeds on. In the polar regions, in the desert, plastic is everywhere, and now you see the birds have started using plastics in their nest because they are not finding anything natural. We are discarding all the plastics outside, and they pick it up and then build their nest out of this. And the small chicks that comes out of the egg, they will feed on this if it is like very tiny particles. Okay. And this is something interesting. I was also shocked to see. This is a sample of a plastic agglomerate. So basically, like during the volcanic eruptions, if at all there is any plastic waste near that, so what happens? It will melt and it will form a rock. So there are plastic rocks that are there now. At least these things you can somehow figure out technology to separate it and then recycle, do something. How will you separate this one? Now it is forming rocks. Okay, so this is the extent of the pollution that the plastic is, we are facing right now. So this is some statistics. Almost 1 million seabirds are estimated to be fatally affected by this plastic waste. and almost 100,000 marine mammals are killed almost every year. So what happens when the plastic is ingested? So in the cell we have, inside our system we have organs, right? Organs have tissues, tissues have cells, cells will have a DNA. So what happens, these chemicals that I told you, in addition to the polymer, there are several chemicals that are used to make the plastic. These chemicals have some damaging effect on the genes or the DNA. So this will ultimately lead to some oxidative damage in the cell, and then in the individual level also it is affected. It affects the feeding, it affects the reproductive metabolism, all this, and finally it affects the population of the organism itself. Now does it end there only? So okay, we are throwing everything in the ocean, so only the marine creatures are eating this plastic, and that is the story ending there? No. See, there are small bacteria which actually takes up these microplastics and nanoplastics, and after this there are other planktons which consume this bacteria, and these planktons are consumed by next higher order animals. After this, some fish will consume, the fish is consumed by us. Finally, the whatever plastic we are throwing, it is coming back to us. So it is settling in our system. So it is definitely going to affect us as well, right? So in addition to the effect that the plastic is causing to the environment, there is some effect on the climate also. So there is, during the production of the plastic and through its life cycle, there is a lot of greenhouse gases that are emitted, and it is estimated that by 2030 it is going to emit almost 1.34 gigatons of carbon. So there's, the more plastic we use, the more carbon emissions will be there, and there will be temperature will increase. Global climate change, we are accelerating the global climate change through this. All right, so these are some statistics. If you're interested, 20 million tons of plastic litter ends up in the environment every year, and the plastic actually takes hundreds of years to degrade. It will be stable there itself, and almost 1,000 species are affected by the plastic, by ingestion or entangling or whatever it is. All right, okay. And so recently in 2014 there was a study done. So someone told about this microplastics, right? So when the microplastics also can break down further, and it forms nanoplastics. Nano means how many, what is nano? Micro is, what is 10 power minus what is micro? Correct. Nano is 9, yes. So when it breaks down to much more smaller particles, it forms this, they were a study that almost 24, this is like 2 lakh particles of microplastics were found in the drinking water. So we are actually drinking that kind of water. This study was done in US somewhere. So anyway, so we are actually ingesting a lot of microplastics through atmosphere by inhaling or through food. So whenever you see the packed food, right, there is all this, other than the polymer, the PET or whatever it is, there are other chemicals that are added to increase its, different properties, make it malleable, make it fire resistant, all this. These chemicals are not covalently bond. So what happens, there is a tendency for these chemicals to leach out into the food. That is the food that we eat. So we are slowly ingesting small quantity of these chemicals unknowingly, and we don't know what we are going to face in the future. So as much as possible, try to reduce the food packaging, pack it in plastic. So you, how many of you have plastic food box? You slowly you can transition to something which is more healthier. Okay, all right. So it has been also implicated in several diseases as well. Okay, so now I'll touch upon little bit about the recycling. PET and HDPE is known to be, PET is the most recycled among all the plastics, and most of the other plastics are not at all recycled. I'll finish soon. Yeah, so even if it is recycled, there is
it okay now? This one is fine. Okay. You it this. Hello. Yeah. Hey, where are those chairs? So hope all of you are here. Okay, let us start. So today, right now, in this session, we will discuss about one Nobel Prize winning science to wastewater treatment. So first we should again start with some story, right? We started with story, we should end with nice story. Okay? So what is Nobel Prize? It is the world's biggest or prestigious award, right? Which is established by a Swedish inventor, chemist, businessman, Alfred Nobel. So do you know how the Nobel Prize started? The story behind it, how many of you knows? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. If most of you said, then I could have skipped that. Okay? So let me share a small story behind how Nobel Prize started. Okay? So Alfred Nobel, he was a chemist. Okay? So he was doing experiment with one organic molecule named nitroglycerin. Okay? So one day what happened, a vat of nitroglycerin overheated and explosion happened. 5 people, including his own younger brother Emil, died. Till he didn't give up. He continues his research and discovered dynamite, safer to handle explosive. Once it discovered, it found numerous applications in mining, canal making, rock blasting, and many more. His business boomed. He became a rich person very soon. Then what happened? People started using dynamite extensively for war, right? And today also war is continuing. In between, what happened? In 1883, one of his brother, Ludwig, he died in France. But French newspaper, by mistake, they confused him with Alfred. And one newspaper spotted the headline, "The Merchant of Death is Dead." It is also mentioned that Nobel became rich by finding the way to kill more people faster than ever before. So these news horrified him because his intention was to work for humanity. He started questioning himself, is this the prosperity is going to remember me? This is the way, this is the legacy I am going to leave behind. Then he thought and he wrote a will in 1893 that most of his wealth will be used for a prize, those who will confer for the greatest benefit of humankind. That's how Nobel Prize started in 1901. So initially it was given in 5 different fields: chemistry, physics, physiology or medicine, literature and peace. Later in economic science it started. Now you should tell me who was the first Indian or Asian to get Nobel Prize. Correct. And in 1930 another physicist.
C.V. Raman.
Yes, Dr. C.V. Raman, right? So when we celebrate in India Science Day?
C.V. Raman's birthday.
When? 28 February. So IISc also celebrate Open Day. So you must visit that day. Now why we celebrate? Why we celebrate it on 28th February? Yeah, it's not birthday. We celebrate it because on that day he found out that Raman effect, for that only he got the Nobel Prize. And after Dr. C.V. Raman, several India-born personalities, they got Nobel Prize, but the time they awarded, they had the citizenship of US or UK, particularly in science. So there is a huge gap, right? Next, we will discuss about now the recent Nobel Prize, that is 2025 Nobel Prize in Chemistry, that is dedicated for the development of metal organic frameworks, which is abbreviated as MOF. These are the three Nobel laureate: Professor Susumu Kitagawa from Kyoto University, Japan, Professor Richard Robson from University of Melbourne, Australia, and Professor Omar Yagi from University of California, Berkeley. All of them has inspiring story. If you have time, you can go through. There are many links you can read how they reach to do that work to get that Nobel Prize. Like Professor Susumu Kitagawa, he used to say throughout his life, he followed an important principle: to try something, to check the useful thing from useless. And Professor Omar Yagi, he born in Jordan. His parents are from Palestine. They are from refugee family. He is from refugee family. His father studied till grade 6. Mother could not read or write. He told science is the thing which make him to do it. It is the greatest equalizing force in the world. Smart people, talented people exist everywhere. We should give them opportunity to do their work. Okay? So now we will understand what is this metal organic framework and why it got selected for Nobel Prize. So morning hub also we discuss about our environmental problem, right? So much pollution. So can we capture some pollution before it spread to our environment, right? We have energy crisis also. So can we store clean fuel safely? Next is, we are just before that plastic, regarding that talk, you have heard about they discuss about that wastewater treatment and all, right? You have seen the map where India, it was showing how much arid area we are going to face after few years water crisis. So how it will be if we can collect water from the air? Is it possible?
Yes.
See? Yeah, so this MOF, it has the capability to solve all these problems. So these are not only the applications of the MOF, there are many areas like catalysis, sensing, drug delivery, and to get better battery. It has huge application. So these are the three major areas today we are going to focus on. So now what is MOF, right? It is a new architecture. So to understand that, you have to think about a big hotel, right? It has many rooms. Like that, it is also a called molecular hotel, where molecule can stay. See that yellow cartoon? It is showing that molecule. They can come in and out. So this is a molecular architecture that is molecular level, like in nanoscale, okay, which is highly porous, where molecules can move in or out. Okay. Now how it made? The name indicates metal organic frameworks. So it is made by metal and organics. Now what is metal? Can anyone tell me? They have,
Anything that forms a positive ion is called a metal.
correct, and generally we characterize it by different properties, right? They have metallic luster, they are good conductor of heat or electricity. Yeah, they exist in nature, mostly in minerals. From minerals we used to get. And what is organic molecule? They are made of all living organism is made of that. Mostly they contain, always it will contain carbon and most frequently hydrogen. So what these scientists did, they just stitches the metal and the organic together, forming a strong bond and forming a nice molecular hotel, which is a huge space inside it. Now see this, this orange dot, these are the metal ions and these rods are organic linker. Now you can think that organic linker, if you increase the length, what will happen? Size will increase, right? And if it is width is more, then the opening to that room will be less, right? If width is more. So you can control that. That is the most beautiful thing about this new molecular architecture, is that you not only control the number of room size, also room opening, as well as you can chemically modify the internal area of that room. Like you can customize the room specific to a particular molecule. That is very difficult, whatever existing in nature like zeolite and all. So remember that not only different size or different number of room, we can nicely decorate or customize the room chemically by introducing some group. Like you know hydrophobic or hydrophilic nature. So if I make hydrophobic, like hydrogen can come easily inside. If I make hydrophilic, some ionic like water can come inside, right? So like that we can modify it. We can customize the rooms for particular molecule. So here I was just showing you the top yellow thing. It looks like a sponge, right? When you have water spill, you just put a sponge, it will soak the water, right? And then you squeeze it, it will come out. So it is similar like that. Millions of tiny pores are there inside the mop where molecule can stay. For normal sponge, the squeezing is the mechanical force is the stimuli. But in case of mop, the stimuli are either temperature, light, or some sensor like pH and all, pressure. By that we can take out whatever the molecule inside that. Or we can also convert chemically to different other things. Now see here, what I am showing here just to mean you, same weight, see 100 gram iron metal and 100 gram football. Which one will have more surface area? Football, sure, right? So generally mop inside that, how much cavity is there? To represent that, they used to call it surface area. How much surface area it covers. So mop hide enormous surface area inside that. This is called mop 5, which is discovered in 1999. You can see the yellow balls, those are the cavity. You can think about the balls. And 1 gram of this mop, 1 gram, this is in nanoscale, in molecular level you have to, angstrom level you have to think. If you add up all the ball, how much area it will cover? Like you spread it, that space in a flat surface. How much? Can you guess? It will be, it can cover an entire football field. Or you can think in other way, you are just folding the area of the football, just rolling until it become a sugar cube. That much space is inside these molecules. Now you can understand that space, how we can utilize it for different purpose. Okay, remember that I told it can be customized for different molecule. So we can clean air by absorbing carbon dioxide or other pollutants. We can store clean fuel. Which is the cleanest fuel now? Hydrogen. We can store hydrogen. We can store methane gas, which is even cleaner than diesel or petrol, whatever we are using now. Inside that space available in that mop. And we can get clean water. One is simple like RO, we can purify because mop can capture those pollutants present in the water or heavy metal present in the water by inside the pore. So you will get clean water. Another thing, you can harvest water. From whatever moisture is present in the air, it can capture that and you will get that water which is very pure. It is drinkable. So we will come to that. So for cleaning, like we can capture the carbon dioxide gas, right? So wherever like many industries, they are producing lot of flue gases, right? So if that gas is passed through some trap, that can capture those gases, right? So we can emit it as a clean gas to the environment. And initially it was in research scale in the lab, but not now, because many companies like BASF, which is a German based company, they are producing tons of mop. This is one example which has utilized CALF 20, that stand for Calgary, University Calgary framework. Mops are named like that. Which university they born, they used to name it like this. Okay. So before that I was showing one NU that stands for Northwestern University. So this mop is used by, though not in India, but in other countries like US and Canada. So which is practically used now. Okay. Remember that. So we can, whatever like cement industry, they produce lot of carbon dioxide gas. So we can keep some mop trap over there and see here there are many gas, CO2, CH4, N2, H2O, and mop can specifically capture carbon. And that carbon dioxide you can convert it to methanol, which is a very useful fuel as well as chemical solvent. Okay. Next, how we can store the gas inside the mop. In the pore, as I mentioned, we can store hydrogen, clean fuel as well as methane. So here in the bar diagram, I was showing just the surface area. If you see zeolite is naturally existing, you see the surface area for zeolite and activated carbon, which is commonly used in our daily routine like air purifier and all, they use the activated carbon. So compared to that, MOF has huge surface area. And other side, that was a car where the fuel tank contained MOF. Okay. So in 2007, EcoFuel Asia tour is completed, where 28,000 miles road trip is done by Volkswagen prototype car. That travel from, you can see whether from the back it is, I don't know, Berlin to Bangkok. They have done the trip with the tank enhanced with the MOF. What is the benefit of this car, you know? Because you have to go less number of time to the fuel station for refueling. The car which has normal fuel tank, whatever the distance it will go, if you take the tank with MOF, it will go almost 3 times more than that. So you need to refuel it lesser time. Why it is? It is like quite odd, sounds odd, no? If like a fuel tank, see this picture you will understand. The left side is the fuel tank without mop, where the methane molecules are like distributed. But when it is inside the MOF enhanced tank, there they are packed nicely. So you can store more methane gas in pure form. So they have, after completing this strip, only 10% of the porosity of the MOF has gone. Okay, so it is already proved it can be used as a fuel tank in the vehicle. Okay. Now what is this? Even Morning Hub also we have seen. It is the world map showing the arid region in the land, which is almost 1/3, more than that. Okay. So these are the water stress region, right? So what we can do with the MOF? They have water crisis, right? So Professor Yagi's group, they prepared some MOF which can capture moisture from the air in the desert area. Can you imagine? Where in the desert area, night time, the humidity is almost 20%. And daytime maybe 5% and below to that. So in night time, MOF is capturing the water without any outsource energy. And daytime, what is happening? When the temperature goes on at around 45 degrees centigrade, that water molecules are coming out. So you can get a pure water, only you have to mineralize it to drink it, right? So such a nice thing, right? So how you can do it? So this is the model, like when you will put the MOF, you keep the lid open to allow enter the water to goes inside. What it does actually? Once the water molecule goes inside the MOF, they form some cluster kind of thing. You know, right? We like water is the thing which can easily form ice. So they are all through hydrogen bonding interaction, weak interaction. So here also they form a cluster inside the MOF. That is the driving force to attract some more water molecule. When humidity is little more, around 20%, and temperature is less. And when daytime temperature is more, you need to cover the lid. And at 45 degrees centigrade, think about only you need sunlight, no electricity, no any outer energy source. That water molecule, that weak bond, those hydrogen bonds are weak bond. They break on that temperature and it come out and condense the outside wall of that box. And you can get the drinking water. So it's amazing, right? Yeah, please. You can use, I will tell you, it can be used till 7 to 8 years. Once it come out, you make a hole and get, I'll just show you. See, this is Professor Yagi in the desert area, how he was showing, he started his company named 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐻. Initially, when it was in the lab scale, they could able to get only few ml of water, but that is not sufficient, right? So then they continued their research and he started his own company also, where it is producing 1 liter of clean water per day. They made that device which can give you that much water, which is sufficient for us, right? And that MOF, that system can go still 7 to 8 years. Okay. Now what we are going to do today, because in this time frame and easy to perform experiment we have selected, so this is also another important aspect of MOF, that we can clean the water. Like we can harvest water, we can also clean the water. See, we all are wearing colorful dresses, right? How textile industries, they are preparing those colors, they are using nothing but organic dye molecule. Those dye molecule is not good for our body. Sometime without treating the water, they are just mixing that water to our normal water bodies and all, so creating pollution. So today what we will do, we will synthesize a small mop, okay, which can easily be synthesized. So we will take zinc, and this molecule is called 2-methyl-imidazole. So we will mix it and we will prepare this mop, it called 𝐺IF8 zeolite imidazole framework, 𝐺IF stand for. So this mop we will synthesize following the greener approach. What is called greener approach to prepare anything? When you are not using any toxic chemical or toxic solvent, we will use simple water, which is clean solvent and green solvent, to synthesize this mop. And then we will use one dye which is commonly used, this methyl blue, which is blue in color. Once you add the mop, you wait for 10 to 15 minutes, you will see the color is changing, because those dye molecule, they got adsorbed on the surface of the 𝐺IF. So this is the structure of the dye. Just to show you the interaction, you can see here, this is ionic, like SO3 minus group is there, and zinc ion is there. Zinc is in +2 oxidation state, right? So plus and minus, some ionic interaction will be there, no? So like that, those dye got bind with this in the surface of the mop, and you will get the clean water. So now we have to think, as we started, no, what we can do for our city, right? So these are many aspects. So one thing that I told you, no, about Professor Yagi, he, as he was from a refugee family, he used to stay only in one room with his 8 brothers, parents, with livestock. In their homes, weekly once in 2 weeks, water used to come. He was from that family, and he was telling, after discovering that, we convert scarcity to abundance, right? So similar way, though we are talking about the multiple applications, like I have shown, like tons of mops prepared by BASF company to absorb the carbon dioxide. But if you see in our India, it is not yet widely, right? But it can be, right? Initially, when they prepared that water harvesting mop, it was only few ml they are getting. They have also utilized like machine learning and AI. So if you are expert or interested on that field, that help them to like standardize which mop will give better amount of water, amount, quality, and how it will be less expensive, right? Because whatever right now we are using, that is used by activated carbon, which is cheaper compared to this mop. So we can make it suitable to clean the Bangalore's air, right? We can like heavy traffic junction, bus depot, we can keep some trap which can absorb like not only carbon dioxide, all vehicles, we are getting vehicle certificates and all, but till enough amount, because number of vehicles is too much nowadays in our city, right? So all are emitting toxic gases, volatile organic compound, nitrogen oxides. Tell me.
If we mix a mop with the paint and paint it in the walls of the main road, then
Paint.
If we mix a mop with the paint and paint it in the main road,
Okay, the mop is present in the paint and it can capture. That is also possible. Okay, that is also possible because it is like a powder, crystalline powder. You can stick to anywhere till it will do its work. Only you have to work on it, how we can make it easily available and less expensive. Okay, so that can be done. It is not very hard work. And another thing is climate changing. We all have seen like 10-15 years back how was the climate of Bangalore and now what it is, right? So that is because of we not only here, everywhere we are concerned about that global warming and all. So we can utilize this area to capture carbon dioxide, which is the main culprit of that, right? And then cleaning polluted lakes and water. Like we have many polluted lake. So we can utilize this technology to clean water, which will absorb heavy metals as well as other industrial chemicals, which is not good for our health. And another is drinking water solution. We can prepare our own water. You can keep your portable device to get drinking water. And then energy and sustainability. Like maybe not now, maybe after 10 years, we can see in Bangalore all vehicles are going using the clean hydrogen. Tell me please.
Ma'am, as you were explaining that from where we capture the water molecules and we get like drinking water.
Yeah.
So air is not only having water molecules, but it is having different types of other gases also. So are those gases separated and stored, or they all together?
No. When it is, as I told you, it can be customized for a particular molecule. The mop which harvests water, it captures only water in pure form. Okay, like I told that mop tank, no, when you will go in biofuel station, not only mostly it is methane gas, but there will be some mixture. But when it will enter to that, mop will capture only methane. Okay, it can purify. So if you want, I can show a small video, otherwise I'll stop. Okay. Okay, any other question? Like in 3D, you can see how is the picture.
Different components.
See how it is look like.
The materials we work with, they are called metal organic frameworks or MOFs.
See,
These materials are built from two different components. From the name is made out of metals, and that's one building block. The second building block is the organic linkers, and here we take advantage. It's like almost building Legos. You have different pieces that they come forward, and I cannot think. And once again, now, a microscope, you could start seeing a lot of little cavities and cages, and that's why when you have a spill of water and you wipe it, all that water goes into those cages and those cavities. The only problem with a sponge, it's not uniform. It's those cages. It's very hard. With moths,
see, this is
you
the.
have that control to make.
So you can see that.
The materials we work with, they are called metal.
Like how you can sort, you can store as well as you can purify. Only single molecule will be inside, other will go. Okay. So now we will have that paper making demo. So we will prepare paper from waste paper, and this experiment we will show you. Okay. Then you need to walk little bit to hydrogen plant. So let us fix the things here in the table. Give us few minutes to fix it. And sir will explain how to make the paper. MOF also I will show. First start with paper making. Let me bring the chemicals and then we will start that.